This rules document is to be used as reference material. It is not intended to be read straight through. If you still have questions after consulting this document, please ask us online via email. This version of the comprehensive rules document is effective 30th of March 2024. Summary of changes. To see this document with a complete list of changes and with new material highlighted, please visit the Comprehensive Rules Hub at nullsignal.games/comp-rules. Update list of subtypes. Section 2.16.7 to add assassination and mandate and expand academic and deep net to new card types. Add rule 3.4.4a to allow modifications to ice strength for the remainder of this run to work the same as modifications to icebreaker strength, namely if an encounter takes place outside of a run. These effects last for the remainder of the encounter. Add rule 5.2.3a, clarifying when conditions and costs related to the basic action apply. Updated wording for the met conditions in step 8.6.6. Add rule 9.6.6a to clarify how conditional abilities check requirements that refer to past game states. Add section 9.12.6 to clarify how modal abilities, bulleted lists, are resolved. 1. Game concepts. 1.1 General. These rules are compatible with cards from the game Android Netrunner by Fantasy Flight Games. Android Netrunner is a game about the cyber struggle between massive corporations and subversive hackers known as runners. 1.1.1 The game is played between 2 players example, during a run, Lockdown's subroutine resolves, preventing the runner from drawing cards for the remainder of the turn. The runner has a diesel and a process automation in their grip. For the remainder of this turn, they cannot play diesel as its entire ability is prohibited, but they can play process automation. Even though cards cannot be drawn through process automation, the runner can play it to gain 2 credits. 1.2.3. If an instruction includes the words "if able," it can only be carried out fully or not at all. If any part of the instruction is not possible to carry out, the entire instruction is ignored. 1.2.4. If an instruction does not include the words "if able," as much of that instruction as possible is carried out. Any parts of the instruction that are not possible to carry out are ignored. 1.2.5. A player can only take an action or use an ability if its effect has the potential to change the game state. This potential is assessed strictly by what the action or ability can be expected to accomplish, without regard to the consequences of paying any costs to initiate that action or ability, and without regard to any other abilities that may meet their conditions in the process of initiating or resolving that action or ability. Example: the runner is playing Armand Geist Walker and has Forger installed. The runner can only trash Forger and trigger Geist's ability when they are about to take a tag, which Forger could avoid, or while they have a tag, which Forger could remove. Using Forger at any other time has no potential to change the game state. 1.3. Symbols. 1.3.1. Several non-English symbols appear on cards, and in this rules document. This section serves as a basic guide to those symbols. 1.3.2. When this document is presented in a format without images, plain text replacements are used. These replacements are listed along with the symbols themselves for reference. 1.3.3. The symbol C stands for credit. It always appears with a numeral such Sub stands for subroutine. Each symbol marks a single subroutine on a piece of ice. See section 9.8 for information about subroutines. 1.3.9. The symbol trash stands for trash this card. It is used as a self-referential cost in card text, such as trash, draw 2 cards, which means trash this card to draw 2 cards. See section 1.16 for rules about costs, and section 1.19 for rules about trashing cards. 1.3.10. The symbol interrupt stands for interrupt timing. It is used to designate abilities that resolve immediately before other abilities. See section 9.9 for rules about interruptibilities. 1.4. Deck construction. 1.4.1. Each player's deck is associated with a single identity card that determines the faction, minimum deck size, and influence limit of that deck. The identity card may also stipulate other variances from the standard deck building rules. A. The identities, the Catalyst and the Syndicate from the System Gateway Starter Pack are intended for use only with the decks included in that pack. They are not legal for play under the full deck construction rules. 1.4.2. Each deck must meet all requirements in this section to be legal for play. 1.4.3. The deck must contain at least as many cards as the minimum deck size indicated on the corresponding identity. A. Identity cards, extra cards that begin the game outside the deck, and player aid cards are not part of the deck and are not counted towards the size of the deck. B. There is no maximum deck size. 1.4.4. Decks cannot contain identity cards, player aid cards, cards from the wrong side, corp cards in a runner deck, or vice versa, or out of faction cards that lack influence costs. 1.4.5. Neutral cards and cards that belong to a faction other than the corresponding identity's faction are all considered out of faction. The total influence cost of out of faction deck with 45 to 49 cards must contain 20 or 21 agenda points. C. A deck with 50 to 54 cards must contain 22 or 23 agenda points. A deck with more than 54 cards must contain 22 or 23 agenda points, plus an additional 2 agenda points for every full 5 cards in the deck over 50. Example: a 66 card deck requires 6 additional agenda points, since it includes 3 sets of 5 cards beyond 50. This gives a final requirement of either 28 or 29 agenda points. 1.4.7. The deck cannot contain more than 3 copies of any single card by name. Some cards stipulate alternative copy limits in their card text. 1.4.8. Tournament play may impose other restrictions or requirements on the legal configurations of identities and decks. 1.5. Extra cards. 1.5.1. Some abilities allow for the use of additional cards from outside the deck. 1.5.2. One corp identity, Jinteki Biotech Life Imagined, has the ability, before taking your first turn, you may switch this card with any copy of Jinteki Biotech. There are 3 versions of this identity which have different abilities on their reverse side. A player playing Jinteki Biotech as their identity may bring any number of copies of that identity along with their deck. After completing game setup, that player may choose any copy they own to be their active identity for the duration of the game. All other copies are placed outside the game. 1.5.3. One runner identity, Adam Compulsive Hacker, has the ability. You start the game with 3 different directive cards installed. These cards are not considered part of your deck. A player playing Adam as their identity must bring at least 3 differently named cards with the directive subtype along with their deck. The player may bring any number of directive cards over the required 3. B. After players reveal their identities, the player playing Adam selects exactly 3 of their provided directive cards. Those cards begin the game installed in the play area. All other directives the player brought this way remain outside the game. C. A player playing Adam can also include directive cards in their deck. The cards chosen to zones function normally, including shuffling them into the stack. 1.5.4 Two cards, Rebirth and DJ Fenris, make use of identity cards other than the ones selected by the player during deck construction. A player may bring any number of additional runner identity cards along with their deck. These cards are kept in a pile outside the game. The runner may look at these cards at any time. B. When an ability refers to an identity other than the runner's current identity, it refers to the card provided this way. If an identity card leaves the play area, it must be returned to the pile outside the game. C. In a tournament, all identities brought to the game this way must be legal for players to use as their actual identity in that tournament. D. One runner identity, Hoshiko Shiro, is double-sided. See section 3.1. If the runner switches their identity with Hoshiko, it enters play with the front side face up. If the runner switches Hoshiko with another identity, the new identity enters play face up, regardless of Hoshiko's current status. 1.6 Starting the game. 1.6.1 The players decide who will play as the corp and who will play as the runner. Each player places an appropriate identity card for the side they are to play face up in the play area, then supplies a corresponding deck, placing it face down in the play area, and any appropriate extra cards. A. Some identity cards have abilities that affect setup. Even though cards are not active until the game begins, these identities still alter setup at the appropriate step, as indicated by their text. B. Some identities are double-sided. See section 3.1. If a player is playing a double-sided identity, it begins the game with the front side face up. 1.6.2 If a player's identity has an ability that affects setup or the start of the game, and that ability does not directly correspond to a setup step outlined in this section of the rules, that player makes any necessary decisions and changes for their identity's special setup or start of game abilities at this time. If both players have setup or start of game abilities at this time, the corp resolves theirs first. 1.6.3 The players create the bank by gathering all types of tokens described in section 1.9. satisfy their win conditions, the game ends in a draw. 1.7.2. Each player has two possible win conditions available. A. Either player can win by collecting agenda points in their score area, usually done by scoring or stealing agendas. See section 1.17. A player with a score of 7 or more wins the game. B. The corp wins if the runner is flat-lined. The runner is flat-lined immediately if they suffer more damage than they have cards in their grip. The runner is also flat-lined if, at the beginning of their discard phase, their maximum hand size is less than 0. See section 10.4 for more information about damage. C. The runner wins if the corp is required to draw a card from R&D, but cannot because R&D is empty. 1.8. Cards. 1.8.1. There are 6 types of corp cards: agendas, assets, ice, identities, operations, and upgrades. All cards, except the identity card, are shuffled into the corp's deck at the beginning of the game. 1.8.2. There are 5 types of runner cards: events, hardware, identities, programs, and resources. All cards, except the identity card, are shuffled into the runner's deck at the beginning of the game. 1.8.3. Cards that are active are able to affect the game through their abilities. A. Runner cards that are installed and face up in the play area. Corp cards that are installed and rezzed. Events and operations in the play area. Agendas in the corp's score area, and both players' identities are active. B. Unless otherwise stated, runner cards become active as part of the process of playing or installing them. C. Unless otherwise stated, corp cards other than operations are installed unrezzed and thus inactive into the play area. Assets, ice, and upgrades become active when they are rezzed. Agendas become active when they are scored. Operations become active as part of the process of playing them. D. Identity cards become active when the game begins. 1.8.4. Cards that are inactive are unable to affect the game or have most of their abilities used. A. Cards are inactive in R&D, HQ, archives, the heap, the grip, the stack, the runner's score area, while set aside, and while removed from the game. Face down cards in the play area Characteristics 1.8.5 For a player to draw one or more cards is to take that many cards from the top of their deck and put them into their hand. Section 8.4 provides more details about drawing cards. 1.8.6 Most abilities are active if and only if the card they appear on is active. Section 9.1.8 details the cases where abilities on inactive cards are still active. 1.8.7 Abilities can convert cards from one type into another type, or even from a card into a counter. Rules 10.1.3 and 10.1.4 explain the details of card conversion. 1.9 Counters and tokens. 1.9.1 Counters and tokens are game pieces, or equivalent, that track various resources, effects, and statuses of players and their cards. A. The terms counter and token are interchangeable. 1.9.2 The bank is the supply of counters not yet in play. Counters in the bank are available to both players to take and use as dictated by the game rules and card abilities. Players do not control counters in the bank and cannot spend them. The bank is an unlimited supply. Running out of game pieces to track a type of counter does not prohibit a player from gaining counters of that type or placing them on cards. A. If an instruction directs players to place counters on a card without designating where those counters come from, take those counters from the bank. B. A condition or restriction that looks for counters being placed on a card can be met by either counters from the bank or counters moved from another location. 1.9.3 Some abilities can convert a card into a counter. A counter put into play in this way is tracked with the card acting as a game piece. See Rule 10.1.4. 1.9.4 Some abilities can cause a player or card to have or be considered to have one or more counters or additional counters without placing or giving those counters. A counter considered to exist in this way conveys all the same information and effects as a counter of the specified type would, except that it cannot be moved or removed from the card or player it belongs to, nor can it be spent to pay a cost. 1.9.5 There are 10 types of counters. Credit suffers forces them to take a core damage counter. See section 10.4. F. Advancement counters are a counter used primarily on installed agendas to track the corp's progress toward being able to score them. G. Virus counters are a generic counter used primarily by virus programs that can be removed by the corp purging them. See section 10.1.2. H. Power counters are a generic counter used by a variety of cards. They have no special rules. I. Agenda counters are a generic counter used primarily on scored agendas. They have no special rules. J. Condition counters are counters that have rules text. Their abilities are active as long as they are hosted on a card. 1.10 Credits. Each of the runner's credits represents enough money to upgrade some basic parts for their console, have a meal at a decent restaurant, or buy a ticket and some concessions for a night at the Sensees. Each of the corp's credits represents enough money to manufacture a run of computer parts, buy out a decent restaurant, or film a low-budget Sensee. 1.10.1 A credit is the basic unit of currency. Players spend their credits to pay for various costs, card abilities, traces, etc. Credit counters most commonly represent 1 credit each, but can represent larger denominations if clearly marked. 1.10.2 Each player has a credit pool where they keep a supply of credit counters matching the credits they have available to spend. The numbers of credits in a player's credit pool is open information. 1.10.3 Credits enter and leave a player's credit pool as that player gains, loses, or spends credits. A player gains credits whenever credits enter their credit pool from any location. B. If a player is required to lose credits, that player is forced to move the specified number of credits from their credit pool to the bank. Players cannot lose credits from cards. Example: if a subroutine on DNA Tracker resolves, the runner must lose 2 credits from their credit pool, or 1 credit if that is all they have. If the runner's credit pool is empty, the effect does nothing. C. To spend or pay credits, a player puts the specified number of credits back into the bank. By default, the credits must come from the player's credit pool. Abilities can also allow players to spend credits hosted on their cards under certain conditions. If any such abilities apply, the player chooses how to divide the credits they are spending from among the allowed locations. The term use the credit from Cyberfeeder to pay for Atman's first ability. Example: the runner may use credits from Ghost Runner when secretly spending credits to resolve a Psy ability, such as the Future Perfect. Example: the runner must use credits from Ghost Runner if this is the only way for them to pay 3 credits when resolving the When Encountered ability on Tollbooth. 1.10.4 Abilities can place credits on cards as discussed in section 1.13. Credits on a player's card are not in that player's credit pool. The player can only interact with those credits as instructed by card abilities. A. If a player is instructed to take credits from a card, they remove that many credits from that card and gain those credits. B. If an ability specifies how a player is allowed to spend credits from a card, they can be spent from that card as if they were in the player's credit pool for the specified actions or abilities. C. If an ability specifies a time period during which a player is allowed to spend credits from a card, they can be spent from that card as if they were in the player's credit pool for any purpose other than losing credits, as long as the specified time period is active or the specified duration has not expired. D. Spending credits from a card is considered using the card that allowed those credits to be spent. See section 9.1.6. 1.10.5 Recurring credits. A. Recurring credits or recurring place credits on a card repeatedly. The text N recurring means when this card becomes active, place N credits on it. Before abilities meet their trigger conditions for your turn beginning, if there are fewer than N credits on this card, place credits on it until there are N credits on it. B. Recurring credits are first placed on a card as soon as it becomes active. This occurs at step 8.5.15e of installing the card if it is installed active, step 8.6.6c of playing an event or operation, or as soon as the card is turned face up or scored, as applicable. C. Recurring credits are refilled during step 5.6.1c of the corpse turn and step 5.7.1c of the runner's turn before other abilities that apply at the start of the turn resolve. D. Recurring credits do not accumulate. They are refilled only up to the indicated number. Example: the runner installs Spinal Modem, which has 2 recurring. 2 credits are placed on Spinal Modem now. The runner spends one of those credits later in their turn. scattered across the day. 1.11.1 A click is the basic unit of activity. Players spend their clicks to perform actions and trigger abilities. Each click counter represents one click. 1.11.2 As the first step of a player's turn, they gain an allotted number of clicks to spend during the action phase of that turn. See Section 5 for details about the procedures of player turns. A. The corp receives 3 clicks on each of their turns. B. The runner receives 4 clicks on each of their turns. 1.11.3 Players can gain, lose, or spend clicks. A player gains clicks whenever the number of clicks they have is increased. B. If a player loses or spends clicks, the number of clicks they have is reduced by that amount. The terms lose and spend are not synonymous for the purposes of meeting conditions and restrictions of card abilities. C. Paid abilities that begin with click are actions and have special timing rules. See Section 5.2. Aside from taking actions, there are no special restrictions to how or when a player can spend their clicks during their turn. 1.11.4 Some cards have the subtype priority and the text play only as your first click. A player can only play a priority card using the basic action to play an event or operation, and only if they have not spent any other clicks that turn. Losing clicks does not affect a player's ability to play a priority card. 1.12 Objects. 1.12.1 An object is an occurrence of a card or counter existing in a particular zone. When a card or counter moves from one zone to another, it becomes a new object. 1.12.2 Restrictions and effects on a card or counter only apply for as long as that card or counter remains the same object. Cards and counters have no memory of the objects they were in the past. Example: the corp uses the first ability on Vapor Frame Fabricator, which specifies that it can only be used once per turn, and trashes Vapor Frame Fabricator during the installation process. Then the corp plays Restore, reinstalling the same copy of Vapor Frame Fabricator from archives. Even though it is the same physical card, the reinstalled Vapor Frame Fabricator is a new object, and its as a once per turn ability is available to be used this turn. A. An ability that moves cards can identify the new objects that those cards become and continue to act on them. Example: the Corp plays priority construction, installing a piece of ice from HQ. That ice is now a new object in the play area, but priority construction's second instruction can still find it and place advancement counters on it. 1.12.3 A card that moves from its location to a hidden or secret location becomes a new object, even if the new location is in the same zone. Example: the Corp scores accelerated beta test, looks at the top 3 cards of R&D, and installs and reses a piece of ice from among them. As a chain reaction, the Corp then uses the Foundry, refining the process, to search R&D, with the result that the other cards currently being looked at by accelerated beta test are shuffled along with the rest of R&D. Since the cards were moved to an unknown location in R&D, accelerated beta test can no is trashed. When the run ends, Bravado's ability must determine how many pieces of ice the runner passed during that run. It does this by reviewing the game history and counting each distinct ice object that the runner passed. Even though the object corresponding to the trashed ice no longer exists in the present game state, Bravado can still count it. Example: the runner trashes the top card of R&D while accessing it. The object corresponding to that card in its location on top of R&D ceases to exist, but still counts against the number of cards the runner can access from R&D during this breach. 1.13 Host, hosted, and hosting. 1.13.1 Whenever an object is placed or loaded onto a card, a host relationship is created between those two objects. The object placed on top of a card is hosted on that card. The card onto which the other object is placed is the host. A. Only cards in score areas and the play area can host objects. 1.13.2 The state of being hosted is distinct but not exclusive from the state of being installed. If an ability instructs a player to host a card from an inactive state without reference to installing it, the hosted card remains inactive. 1.13.3 An object can only be hosted on a single card at any given time. 1.13.4 A card can host any number of other objects, except where explicitly restricted by a card ability. 1.13.5 Any card in an eligible location can act as a host, but a host relationship can only be created or permitted by a card ability. A. If a card has an ability describing the types and/or numbers of cards it can host, but it does not have an ability that directly hosts cards onto itself, then the card is permitted as an eligible installation destination for the types of cards listed up to the number specified. A host card is chosen as an installation destination during step 8.5.15b of the installation process. Example: Off-campus apartment has the ability. Off-campus apartment can host any number of connections. This means that whenever the runner installs a connection card, they can choose to install that card into the play area, hosted on off-campus apartment, or as normal, directly into the play area. B. If a card has an ability describing cards it can host, but also one or more abilities Station reads, Glen Station can host a single card, but also has a paid ability that hosts a card on itself. Therefore, Glen Station only lets the Corp host cards through that paid ability, not through an install action. C. If a card has an ability stipulating that it can only be installed, hosted onto another card, then during the installation process, a player that wishes to install that card must choose a valid destination matching the description provided. If no such destination exists before the installation process begins, the card cannot be installed. Example: Egret states, install only on a rest piece of ice. The runner can only install Egret if there is an installed rest piece of ice available before the installation process begins. Otherwise, it is illegal for the runner to install Egret. D. Some operations and events convert themselves into condition counters and install themselves hosted onto other cards. An operation or event can never be installed through an install effect. It can only become an installed counter through its conversion ability. See Rule 10.1.4. 1.13.6. Cards can be hosted face up or face down. A. Unless otherwise specified, a card that is hosted while it is being installed is hosted onto the destination card in the same face-up or face-down status it would normally be installed in. B. Unless otherwise specified, a card that is hosted without being installed is hosted face-up. C. Like other face-down installed cards hosted face-down are distinct. The order in which they were installed or turned face-down is open information. D. Cards hosted face-down without being installed must be kept in distinct groups according to their host. Cards within such a group are not ordered and can be freely arranged by their controller. 1.13.7. Once a card is installed, hosted or not, a player cannot change that card's hosted host card changes zones, all objects hosted on that card and all objects hosted on those objects, and so on, are trashed during the next checkpoint. This cannot be prevented. See section 10.3 for details on checkpoints. 1.13.12 Condition counters are the only type of counter that can host other objects. Hosting on condition counters follows the same rules as hosting on cards. 1.14 Ownership and control. 1.14.1 The owner of a card is the player who provided that card at the start of the game as their identity, part of their deck, or an extra card along with their deck. A card that is converted into a counter retains its owner. B. No player owns counters that are not converted cards. 1.14.2 The controller of an object is the player responsible for that object. A. The controller of a card in the play area is the player who installed or placed it there. B. The corp controls each agenda in the corp's score area. The runner controls each agenda in the runner's score area. C. Cards in other zones are controlled by their owner. D. Each player controls the credits in their credit pool. E. The corp controls each bad publicity counter. The runner controls each tag counter. However, see Rule 10.5.5 and Rule 10.6.3 regarding paying costs that involve tax and bad publicity, respectively. F. The controller of a counter hosted on a card is the player who controls the host card. G. Click counters and core damage counters are gameplay aids only and have no controller. 1.14.3 A player can only pay costs using objects they control. 1.14.4 The controller of an ability is the player responsible for that ability. By default, this is the player who controls the ability's source. See also section 9.1.3. A player can only use abilities they control. A. Unless specifically stated otherwise, abilities on agendas are controlled by the corp, even for agendas in the runner's score area. B. Some abilities state that they can only be used by a specific player. The specified player controls each such ability, even if they do not control its source. 1.14.5 is responsible for the trashing and hostile infrastructure meets its trigger condition. Example: Alice Merchant states that the Corp must trash one card from HQ, so the Corp carries out this effect even though Alice Merchant is a runner card, and therefore hostile infrastructure does not meet its trigger condition. 1.15 Targets. 1.15.1 Many abilities require players to choose one or more objects or subroutines to effect. Each object and subroutine chosen for an ability is a target of that ability. Example: Top Hat reads in part, you may choose one of the top 5 cards of R&D and access it. The target of this instruction is the card in R&D the runner chooses. Example: one of the subroutines on Colossus reads in part, trash one installed program and one installed resource. The targets of this subroutine are the 2 cards that will be trashed. Example: Trick of Light reads, choose one installed card you Example: the corp resolves a subroutine that says sub. The runner trashes one program. The runner must trash one of their installed programs and may not trash a program from their grip or stack. D. Some effects allow a player to choose multiple cards as targets for a single announcement. Section 9.12.2 contains rules about resolving effects involving sets of cards. E. A player may announce the targets for an instruction in any order, but each object or subroutine can only be chosen as a target once for each announcement. If there are not enough valid targets available, then that player chooses as many distinct targets as possible, and the remaining targets are not announced. Example: the runner accesses an aggressive secretary with 3 advancement counters on it. The runner only has 2 installed programs, so the corp chooses both of those programs for aggressive secretary. After the programs have been chosen, they are both trashed simultaneously. F. Targets cannot be chosen for an instruction at any other time, even if the game state changes due to interruptibilities while the instruction is imminent. Unannounced targets remain unchosen. 1.15.3 At the time an instruction resolves, if any of its targets either have become invalid or were not announced, as much of that ability resolves as possible without acting on the unannounced or invalid targets. Following rules 1.2.3 and 1.2.4 of the Golden Rules. A target can be invalid because the chosen object or subroutine no longer exists, or because the target no longer meets other requirements specified by the targeting ability. 1.15.4 After the resolution of an instruction that chose a particular target, subsequent instructions of the same ability can continue to act on that target without needing to select it again, even if the ability moves the target or changes its properties. See also section 1.12.2. Example: Howler's ability targets a card in HQ. Its first instruction installs that card, and its second instruction creates a delayed conditional ability that refers to that card in the play area. The latter ability can find and act on the card as long as it is still installed. 1.16 Costs. 1.16.1 In order to use an ability or apply an effect, a player may be required to pay a cost. A cost can take the form of any card, counter, or other item a player must spend. An effect a player must must resolve, or other type of requirement a player must meet. If a player cannot pay the full cost of an action or ability all at once with cards and counters they control, they cannot use the effect associated with that cost. A. The act of paying a cost cannot be modified or cancelled by optional interrupt abilities. Example: the runner can trash Clone Chip to trigger its paid ability, but cannot use LLDS Energy Regulator to prevent Clone Chip from being trashed this way. B. If a static ability or a mandatory conditional ability interrupt would prevent the steps of paying a cost from being carried out, if they were performed as an effect, that cost cannot be paid. Example: the runner cannot pay the additional cost to steal Obagada Protocol while Guru Defender is installed, because the runner could not currently take 4 damage if instructed to. Guru Defender's first ability would prevent the damage. Example: the runner is playing as Jasminder Serene and encounters Funhouse without any other tag-related effects resolving earlier in the run. Since Jasminder's ability would prevent taking 1 tag, the runner cannot take 1 tag to pay the nested cost in Funhouse's ability. Funhouse will end the run. C. If triggering an ability or resolving an effect is subject to both costs and other restrictions, the cost cannot be paid unless all such restrictions are met, and cannot be paid in a way that would result in any restriction no longer being met. Example: the runner controls Zero and Clan Vengeance and wants to accumulate more power counters on Clan Vengeance. Zero's ability has the restriction: use this ability only once per turn. If the runner has already used the ability this turn, they cannot suffer additional net damage by attempting, even unsuccessfully, to use the ability again. Example: the Corp installs Asiaf Protocol in the root of a server with a rest San City grid and advances Asiaf Protocol twice. Since San City grid reduces Asiaf Protocol's advancement requirement to 2, the Corp now meets the restriction necessary to score Asiaf Protocol, but must also pay its additional cost to score. The Corp cannot trash the San City grid to pay this cost, because paying the cost this way would return Asiaf Protocol's advancement requirement to 3, and the restriction to score it would no longer be met. D. A cost of 0 can still be paid by a player, even though no items are paid. Costs of 0 are not paid automatically. A player pays a cost of 0 by explicitly announcing they are paying it. Example: the runner accesses a Beanstalk royalties from R&D and announces that they are using the ability of Freedom Kumalo, Crypto Anarchist, to trash the Beanstalk royalties. Even though the runner does not remove any virus counters from any cards, they have still paid the cost. 1.16.2 The actual contents of a cost can be dependent on the game state. is subject to effects modifying its value. Determine the final value of that quantity by taking its default value, applying each effect that increases the cost, and then applying each effect that lowers the cost. Finally, if the value determined by this process is less than 0, set the value to 0. B. Some abilities calculate a quantity using phrases like for each, for every, or plus. Any time such a calculation appears in a cost, the result of that calculation is determined at the time the cost is to be paid. The result is taken as an aggregate, so that paying the cost is a single instance of whatever was paid. Note that additional costs, section 1.16.11, are not aggregated with other costs. See also section 9.12.2 for rules about calculated quantities that appear in other contexts. Example: the runner approaches a server protected by 3 advanced pieces of ice and with a resed Kayambe grid in its route. They pay the nested cost in Kayambe grid's ability. This cost is 1 payment of 6 credits, not 3 payments of 2 credits, so this only meets the trigger condition for 1 instance of GameNet's ability. C. Some costs contain the variable x. Before a player pays such a cost, they choose and announce a positive integer or 0 to be the value for x. The chosen value must follow any applicable restrictions. Example: psychographics is an operation with a play cost of x. It also has the ability x must be equal to or less than the number of tags the runner has. If the runner has 3 tags, the corp can choose 0, 1, 2, or 3 as the value for x when they play psychographics. D. If an ability needs to know the value of a cost in a context where that cost is not being paid, treat any x that appears in that cost as 0. 1.16.3. After a player pays a cost, a checkpoint occurs. See section 10.3. 1.16.4. There are 6 main types of costs. Install costs, found mainly on hardware, programs, and resources, and incurred when installing ICE. Play costs, found on operations and events. Res costs, found on assets, upgrades, and ICE. Paid ability trigger costs, additional costs, and nested costs. A. Install costs, res costs, and play costs are all costs that are inherent properties of cards. These costs are automatically applied to any ability that performs the corresponding effects, installing, resing, or playing, unless that ability stipulates otherwise. See also section 2.3 for more about these costs as they appear on cards, and section 8.5.11, rule 8.1.2d, and section 8.6.2 for more about paying costs to install, res, and play cards. B. The presence of an install directs a player to install, res, or play a card, they must pay the associated cost if able. If they cannot, the card is not installed, resed, or played. C. If an effect directs a player to install, res, or play a card, but doing so has an additional cost, the player is not forced to pay the additional cost. If they decline to do so, they do not pay the install, res, or play cost either, and the card is not installed, resed, or played. D. When a player takes an action that plays or installs one or more cards and has no other effects, the play cost or install cost of each of those cards is considered to have been spent to take that action, even though other steps take place between initiating the action and paying that cost. Example: the Corp has Jeeves model Biroids rest and uses the basic action, click, play an operation, to play blue level clearance. Both the click spent for the cost of the basic action and the click spent for blue level clearance's additional cost count as clicks spent to take the click, play an operation, action. 1.16.5 Some abilities direct a player to ignore certain costs when performing particular effects. A. If a player is directed to ignore one or more of the 6 main types of costs, the specified costs are removed from the total cost that must be paid. Any other costs, usually additional costs, that are not specified to be ignored, still apply normally. B. If a player is directed to ignore credit costs, any credits to be paid from any type of cost are removed from the total cost. Any costs that do not consist of credits still apply normally. C. If a player is directed to ignore all costs, all elements of the relevant cost are removed, including additional costs, so that the total cost becomes 0. 1.16.6 The install cost of a card must be paid to install that card. A. The install cost of a program, resource, or piece of hardware is listed on the card itself. B. The install cost of a piece of ice is a number of credits equal to the number of pieces of ice already protecting the server that ice will be installed protecting. C. There is no cost to install an asset, upgrade, or agenda. 1.16.7 The play cost of an operation or event must be paid to play that card. It is listed on the card itself. 1.16.8 The res cost of an asset, upgrade, or piece of ice must be paid in order to res that card. It is listed on the card itself. 1.16.9 The trigger cost of each paid ability is the first part of that ability's text. It is followed by a colon and then the ability's effect. See section 9.5 for more details on paid abilities. 1.16.10 An additional must pay all additional costs along with any regular costs in order to initiate an effect. A. If a player would be forced to carry out a game effect, but doing so has an additional cost, that player may decline to pay the additional cost, even if they are able to pay it, thus preventing that effect from occurring. Example: the runner accesses Obokata Protocol. Normally, the runner must steal agendas that they access, but because Obokata Protocol has an additional cost to steal, the runner can decline to suffer the net damage and not steal the agenda. B. A player must pay all additional costs simultaneously with the cost that is being added to, even if multiple cards or abilities are adding separate additional costs. A player cannot pay the original cost or any of the additional costs individually. If they cannot pay for all of the costs at once, then they do not pay any of the costs and the corresponding effects cannot occur. Example: the runner accesses Obokata Protocol while Ben Musashi and Predictive Algorithm are both active. The runner must be able to pay 2 credits and suffer 6 net damage all at once in order to steal the Obokata Protocol, even though each of the 3 costs are from different card abilities. After all costs have been paid, abilities that meet their trigger conditions from the paying of any of those costs, such as I've Had Worse or Order of Soul, can then resolve as applicable. C. If an additional cost is required for an effect that does not normally require paying any cost, the additional cost is paid and a checkpoint is resolved before performing the usual procedure to carry out that effect. See also Rule 10.3.4. Example: the Corp is playing Op Super Heavy Logistics and initiates scoring As-If Protocol, which has an additional cost to score of trash one of your other installed cards. If the Corp trashes a rest card meeting the trigger condition for Op's ability, this ability will resolve the checkpoint associated with paying the cost. This happens before As-If Protocol is added to the Corp's score area, or any trigger conditions related to scoring an agenda are met. 1.16.11. A nested cost is a cost appearing within an ability's instructions that must be paid while the ability is resolving, in order for some or all of the rest of the effects of that ability to resolve. A. Nested costs are usually written in the format player may cost to instructions or player may cost if you/they do instructions. If the indicated player pays the indicated cost, the indicated instructions are resolved. Otherwise, Example: a subroutine reading end the run unless the runner pays 1 credit contains a nested cost. If the runner chooses to pay 1 credit, the subroutine will not end the run. C. An ability that reads if you/they do, or if you/they do not, without a preceding may, does not indicate a nested cost. D. Some abilities use the word otherwise to indicate that different instructions should be resolved depending on whether a nested cost was paid or not. In an ability with a nested cost of a form described in Rule 1.16.11a, treat otherwise as an if you/they do not clause attached to the same cost. Conversely, in an ability with a nested cost of the form described in Rule 1.16.11b, treat otherwise as an if you/they do clause attached to the same cost. Note that otherwise can also appear in the context of other types of conditions and does not by itself indicate a nested cost. 1.17 Score, scoring and stealing. 1.17.1 The sum of all agenda points on agendas in a player's score area is that player's score. A. The threat level is equal to the greatest score of any player. The threat N ability flag makes use of the threat level. Rule 9.3.6f. Example: if the runner's score is 4 agenda points and the corp's score is 3 agenda points, the threat level is 4. 1.17.2 If at any time a player's score is greater than or equal to 7, they win the game at the next checkpoint. See section 1.7 regarding winning the game, and section 10.3 for details about checkpoints. 1.17.3 Players add agendas to their score areas by scoring or stealing them. The corp can score an agenda to their score area as an option during certain paid ability windows on their turn. The runner can steal an agenda to their score area while accessing it. A. The advancement requirement of an agenda restricts when the corp can score it. The corp can only score an agenda that has advancement counters on it greater than or equal to its advancement requirement. See section 1.18. B. The corp is not required to score an agenda immediately upon satisfying its advancement requirement. C. Scoring an agenda does not cost a click and is not an action. D. The runner cannot decline to steal an agenda they access unless there is an additional cost to steal that agenda, and the runner cannot causes another card to be added to a score area as an agenda, the newly converted agenda is not considered scored or stolen. See Rule 10.1.3. 1.17.4. Agendas are always added to the score area face up, regardless of their previous face up, face down status. 1.17.5. If an installed agenda is scored or stolen, it becomes uninstalled. Any advancement counters on the scored or stolen agenda are returned to the bank. See Rule 1.13.11. 1.17.6. Some agendas and other cards have abilities with a trigger condition related to an agenda being scored. These abilities become pending after the corp moves the agenda from its current zone to their score area. 1.17.7. Some agendas and other cards have abilities with a trigger condition related to an agenda being stolen. These abilities become pending after the runner moves the agenda from its current zone to their score area. 1.17.8. If an ability meets its trigger condition from an agenda being scored or stolen, the agenda's last known number of advancement counters before being scored or stolen is used for any references to the number of advancement counters in the effects of that ability. 1.18. Advancing cards. 1.18.1. To advance a card is to place an advancement counter from the bank on it. The corp typically advances cards with a basic action during their action phase, but card abilities can also advance cards. 1.18.2. Resolving an instruction that directly places an advancement counter onto a card is not the same as advancing a card. Likewise, resolving an instruction that moves an advancement counter from one card to another is not the same as advancing a card. Example: the corp plays Mushin no Shin, choosing to install an Oaktown renovation. Because the 3 advancement counters were placed on the card directly, the corp does not gain any credits from the ability on Oaktown renovation. 1.18.3. The corp can only advance certain installed cards. Agendas can always be advanced. If a card other than an agenda says that it can be advanced, or that you can advance that card, the card can be advanced even while it is unrezzed. There is no limit to the number of times a card can be advanced. 1.18.4. An advanced card is a card with one or more advancement counters hosted on it. 1.19. Trashing. 1.19.1. Trashing is the act of moving an object to its owner's discard pile. 1.19.2. The runner has the opportunity to pay the trash cost of the accessed card to trash it. See section 7.1.5. 1.19.3. A trashed card is not considered to have been discarded, and vice versa. Cards that prevent a card from being trashed cannot prevent a card from being discarded. 1.19.4. The symbol trash represents trashing the object it appears on. It is used as a cost for certain abilities. Example: Fall Guy's last ability reads, Trash, gain 2 credits. The cost to trigger this ability is to trash Fall Guy. A trash ability refers to a paid ability that includes trash in its trigger cost. B. Some paid abilities have multiple options for their trigger cost, separated by or. A player triggering such an ability only used a trash ability if the actual cost that was paid includes trash. 1.20. Memory. 1.20.1. A memory unit, or MU, is a space available to the runner to install programs. Memory units always appear with a quantity, such as 2 MU, which means 2 memory units. 1.20.2. The runner's memory limit is the total number of memory units the runner has. If the runner's identity card does not specify a starting memory limit, their starting memory limit is 4 MU. Card abilities that indicate plus MU apply that increase to the runner's memory limit. Example: the runner has Astrolabe installed, which has the ability plus 1 MU. The runner can therefore have up to 5 MU worth of programs installed. 1.20.3. Programs have a memory cost that is continually applied against the memory limit. Section 3.9.3 details how the runner's installed programs are constrained by the memory limit. 1.21. Card visibility. 1.21.1. Cards in the play area and other public zones are either face up or face down. Face up cards are freely visible to all players. Face down cards are oriented so that the face containing the card's information is not visible. A. Cards in hidden or secret zones, see section 4.1, are neither face up nor face down. B. Some effects host multiple cards on an object at the same time, or set aside multiple cards at the same time. Face down cards that enter a zone at the same time by the same effect are treated as a group. See section 1.13.6 and rule 4.8.7 respectively. 1.21.2. When a player looks at a card, they are allowed to see the front face of the card, even if the front face would not normally be visible to them. A player should look at that card without is to show its front face to all players, then return it to its previous state. 1.21.4 Some abilities instruct the runner to expose one or more cards. To expose a card is to reveal it, except that only installed, unrezzed cards can be exposed. 1.21.5 Effects that instruct a player to look at, reveal, expose, or access a card are not the same, even if they would be performed similarly at times. See Section 7 for more information on accessing. 1.21.6 If a resolving ability directs one or both players to look at or reveal a card or set of cards, each such card remains visible to the relevant players until the entire ability is finished resolving or the card moves to a different location. 1.21.7 The ability, while the runner is accessing this type in R&D, they must reveal it, is a static ability that applies for the entire duration of the access. This is also the case for cards with the older wording. If this card is accessed from R&D, the runner must reveal it. Two parts of a card. 2.1 Name. 2.1.1 The identifier of a card is its name, alternatively referred to as its title. It is written along the top of the card for identities, agendas, ICE, operations, events, and resources, or immediately below the art box in the case of assets, upgrades, hardware, and programs. 2.1.2 Identities have a subtitle written immediately below the main title line. Their full name is the combination of their main title and subtitle. 2.1.3 When a card refers to its own name, it is a self-reference. See Rule 10.1.5. 2.1.4 When a card refers to copies of cards with a particular name, it refers to any card with that name. 2.1.5 If a player is directed to choose or search for cards with different names, each card chosen or found by the search must have a different English name from every other card chosen or found. See also Section 8.7. 2.2 Unique symbol. 2.2.1 Some cards are unique and have a unique symbol before their name to designate this. See Rule 10.1.1. 2.3 Play cost, install cost, or res cost. 2.3.1 The play, install, or res cost of a card is a number that appears in the top left corner of most card types. costs appear within a large circular icon, while res costs appear within a small octagonal icon. 2.3.2 Play, install, and res costs on cards are all paid in credits. Section 8 details how cards are played, installed, and resed. 2.3.3 Events and operations have a play cost. 2.3.4 Hardware, programs, and resources have an install cost. Ice also has an install cost, but it does not appear on the card. The install cost of Ice is determined by the configuration of other installed Ice rather than being intrinsic to the card. See section 1.16.6. 2.3.5 Assets, Ice, and upgrades have a res cost. 2.4 Advancement requirement. 2.4.1 The advancement requirement appears only on agendas. It is a number in the top right corner of the card within a small circle. 2.4.2 Section 1.17 details how agendas are scored and the purpose of the advancement requirement. 2.5 Agenda points. 2.5.1 The agenda point value appears only on agendas. It is the number in the center left of the card, on top of a graphic depicting 3 pillars. 2.5.2 The agenda points in a player's score area contribute towards that player winning the game. See section 1.7. 2.6 Trash costs. 2.6.1 Assets, upgrades, and some ice and operations have trash costs. A trash cost is a number appearing in the lower right corner of the card within a trash symbol. 2.6.2 Section 7.1.5 details how the runner can trash a card they access by paying its trash cost. 2.7 Strength. 2.7.1 Strength is a number appearing on ice and on icebreaker programs. It appears on the bottom left corner of the card within a large semicircle. 2.7.2 Non-icebreaker programs have a dash in the bottom left corner instead of a strength value. 2.7.3 Section 3.9.5 discusses the interaction between ice strength and icebreaker strength. 2.8 Memory cost. 2.8.1 Memory cost is a number appearing only on programs. It appears to the right of the install cost within an MU symbol. 2.8.2 Section 1.20 discusses the topic of memory, and Section 3.9.3 details how programs interact with the runner's memory limit based on their memory cost. 2.9 a number appearing in the top left of runner identity cards. 2.9.2. The runner's base link contributes to their link value. Section 10.7 defines how the runner's link value is calculated, and Section 10.8 explains how it contributes to contesting trace attempts. 2.10 Starting memory limit. 2.10.1 Starting memory limit is a number appearing near the top left of runner identity cards within the MU symbol. 2.10.2 The runner's memory limit is checked against the total memory cost of programs they have installed. This value is calculated by applying any active modifiers to the runner's starting memory limit. See section 1.20. 2.11 Minimum deck size. 2.11.1 Minimum deck size is a number shown as the uppermost of two small boxes in the lower left of corp identities and the lower right of runner identities. 2.11.2 Section 1.4 details the rules for building a deck, including the requirement to adhere to the minimum deck size of the deck's associated identity. 2.12 Influence limit. 2.12.1 The influence limit is a number shown as the lowermost of two small boxes in the lower left of corp identities and the lower right of runner identities. 2.12.2 Section 1.4 details the rules for building a deck, including the requirement that out-of-faction cards in the deck adhere to the influence limit of the associated identity. 2.13 Faction affiliation. 2.13.1 Cards are divided into 10 factions, 4 corp factions, 3 runner factions, and 3 runner mini-factions. Factions and influence restrict deck building options, allowing each faction to have distinct play differences from one another. A. The corp factions are Hasbiroid, Jinteki, NBN, and the Wayland Consortium. B. The major runner factions are Anarch, Criminal, and Shaper. C. The runner mini-factions are Adam, Apex, and Sonny LeBeau. 2.13.2 A card's faction can be identified by the colour of its background, as well as a faction logo in one of its 4 corners. This logo also appears as a watermark behind the text box. If a card has a white background and no logo, it is neutral. 2.13.3 Each identity is associated with one faction. Section 1.4 details how factions affect deck building. 2.14 Influence cost. circular slots near the bottom of most cards. The influence cost is the number of slots that are filled with a blue circle and can range from 0 to 5. 2.14.2. Some cards cannot be played out of faction and therefore do not have an influence value, which is different from an influence cost of 0. These cards do not have the influence bar at all. 2.14.3. Some corp cards have the subtype Alliance and text-defining adjustments to their influence costs. The ability adjusting the influence cost of an Alliance card applies only when determining the legality of an already constructed deck and does not have any effect during gameplay. The ability references other cards included in the deck to determine whether the card should apply its printed influence cost or 0 against the deck's influence limit. 2.14.4. Section 1.4 details how a card's influence cost, or lack thereof, affects deck building. 2.15 Card type. 2.15.1 A card's type appears as a line of text across the center of non-ice cards above the text box. For ice, they run along the left side of the text box, rotated 90 degrees from the rest of the text. 2.15.2 Each card has one card type, which can be identity, agenda, asset, ice, operation, upgrade, event, hardware, program, or resource. It is written in bold at the beginning of the type line. 2.15.3 While inactive, a card is still considered a card of the type printed on it, with the exception of face-down installed runner cards. See section 8.1.4. 2.15.4 Abilities can change a card from its printed type to an agenda. See Rule 10.1.3. 2.15.5 Counters never have card types. 2.16 Subtypes. 2.16.1 Cards may have one or more subtypes, which are written following the primary type. Subtypes are card descriptors that can be referenced by card abilities. Cards that share a subtype often share a distinct characteristic or ability. A. The subtypes region, console, and icebreaker have special rules discussed in sections 3.6.5, 3.8.5, and 3.9.5, respectively. Other subtypes have no intrinsic rules, meaning 2.16.2 In card text, is in a card's text, but is not in bold text. That word or phrase does not reference the subtype. 2.16.3 Some abilities reference cards by a lack of subtype, such as non-virus. These abilities can only affect cards that do not have the specified subtype, regardless of any other subtypes the cards do have. 2.16.4 A card has all of its subtypes at all times, even while inactive, with the exception of face-down installed runner cards. See section 8.1.4. 2.16.5 Abilities can add or remove subtypes. The number of times a card has, gains, and loses each subtype is tracked as a running total, but the result is binary. If the total number of instances of the subtype exceeds the number of times it is removed, the card has that subtype. Otherwise, it does not. Example: the runner plays Tinkering on a Lycan hosting 1 advancement counter. Lycan has 2 instances of Sentry, 1 printed and 1 from Tinkering, and has lost 1 instance of Sentry from its own ability. Thus, it is still a Sentry. 2.16.6 If an effect requires a player to choose a subtype, that player must choose a single subtype that has been printed on at least 1 card. If a player is required to choose a subtype belonging to a specific card type, they must choose a subtype that has been printed on at least 1 card with that type. 2.16.7 Below is a list of all subtypes. A. The identity subtypes are Bioroid, Clone, Corp, Cyborg, Digital, Division, Gmod, Megacorp, Natural, Police Department, Stealth, and Subsidiary. B. The agenda subtypes are Ambush, Assassination, Expansion, Expendable, Initiative, Next, Psy, Public, Research, Security, Cincy, and Source. C. The asset subtypes are Academic, Advertisement, Alliance, Ambush, Beanstalk, Bioroid, Cast, Character, Clone, Corporation, Enforcer, Executive, Facility, Government, Hostile, Illicit, Industrial, Political, Psy, Region, Research, Ritzy, CD, and Transaction. D. The ICE subtypes are AP, Advertisement, Ambush, Barrier, Bioroid, Codegate, Deepnet, Deflector, Destroyer, Expendable, Grail, Harmonic, Illicit, Morph, Mythic, Next, Observer, Psy, Sentry, Application subtypes are Alliance, Black Ops, Condition, Current, Double, Grey Ops, Illicit, Lockdown, Mandate, Psy, Reprisal, Terminal, Transaction, and Triple. F. The upgrade subtypes are Academic, Advertisement, Alliance, Ambush, Beanstalk, Pyroid, Character, Clone, Enforcer, Executive, Expendable, Facility, Hostile, Offsite, Org Crime, Psy, Region, Ritzy, CD, Security Protocol, SysOp, and Unorthodox. G. The event subtypes are Condition, Current, Double, Job, Mod, Org Crime, Priority, Run, Sabotage, Stealth, and Terminal. H. The hardware subtypes are Chip, Companion, Console, Consumer Grade, Cybernetic, Gear, Link, Mod, Stealth, Vehicle, and Weapon. I. The program subtypes are AI, Caser, Cloud, Demon, Decoder, DeepNet, Diva, Fractor, Icebreaker, Killer, Stealth, Trojan, Virus, and Weapon. J. The resource subtypes are Clan, Clone, Companion, Connection, Directive, Genetics, Government, Job, Link, Location, Remote, Ritzy, Sabotage, CD, Source, Stealth, and Virtual. 2.17 Text Box. 2.17.1 The text box is the central area on a card containing any abilities the card has. Abilities usually only apply when the card they appear on is active. Section 9.1.8 details exceptions. 2.17.2 Many cards have italicized text written after their game text. This is flavor text and has no effect on the game or the function of the card, nor can other abilities reference or interact with it. 2.17.3 Some cards have italicized text in parentheses. This is reminder text and has no effect on the game or the function of the card, nor can other abilities reference or interact with it directly. Reminder text simply summarizes a rule that may apply to that card text. 3. Card types. 3.1 Identities. 3.1.1 Each player starts the game with a represent valuable pieces of corporate data. When the corp advances and scores agendas, it represents completion of critical corporate projects. When the runner steals agendas, it represents their acquisition of secret corporate data. 3.2.1 The corp may install agendas only in the root of remote servers. There can be only one agenda or one asset installed in the root of any given remote server at a time. See section 4.6.8. 3.2.2 Only agendas have advancement requirements and agenda points. See section 1.17. A. An agenda's advancement requirement is the minimum number of advancement counters that must be on that agenda for the corp to score it. B. The agenda points on an agenda contribute to a player's score while the agenda is in their score area. 3.2.3 Agendas cannot be rezzed and are inactive while installed. Agendas are active in the corp's score area. Agendas are inactive in the runner's score area unless the agenda's card text specifies otherwise. See section 4.5. A. Some agendas may be installed face up or turned face up through card abilities. Face up agendas are neither rezzed nor unrezzed. If an agenda's printed text directs the corp to install it face up, that agenda's abilities are active while it is installed. B. Some agendas modify the requirements for stealing or scoring them. These abilities are always active according to any restrictions or requirements specified. See section 9.1.8. 3.2.4 Agendas can always be advanced. See section 1.18. 3.3 Assets. Assets represent various resources and connections at the corp's disposal. 3.3.1 The corp may install assets only in the roots of remote servers. There can be only one agenda or one asset installed in the root of any given remote server at a time. See section 4.6.8. 3.3.2 Assets are among the card types that have res costs. They are installed unrezzed and remain inactive until the corp rezzes them by paying their res costs during a paid ability window. See section 8.1. 3.3.3 Assets are among the card types that have trash costs. If the runner accesses an asset, they may pay the trash cost to trash that asset. See section 7.1.5. 3.3.4 One asset, Lady Liberty, has the subtype region and the text has been suggested to stand for a variety of expressions, but is most commonly expanded as intrusion, countermeasures, electronics. 3.4.1 Ice and piece of ice are synonymous. 3.4.2 Ice are the only type of card installed protecting servers. Ice are not installed in the roots of servers. See section 4.6.9. A. Ice protecting a server are laid out horizontally in front of that server, with the outermost piece of ice furthest from the server. B. When the corp installs a piece of ice, they must install it in the outermost position, protecting a server. See section 8.5. 3.4.3 Ice are among the card types that have res costs. They are installed unresed and remain inactive until the corp reses them by paying their res costs. See section 8.1. A. Unlike assets and upgrades, ice can normally only be resed while being approached during a run. See section 6.4. 3.4.4 Ice are among the card types that have strength. An ice's strength determines which icebreakers are allowed to interface with it. See section 3.9.5. A. If an ability modifies the strength of a piece of ice for the remainder of a run, and that ability resolves during an encounter outside of a run, the modification instead lasts for the remainder of that encounter. Example: the runner accesses and encounters an archangel in HQ with gang sign. If the runner uses Devil Charm to lower the strength of the archangel, that strength reduction would normally last for the remainder of the current run, but since no run is in progress, it instead lasts for the remainder of the encounter. 3.4.5 Some ice have trash costs. If the runner accesses an ice with a trash cost, they may pay the trash cost to trash that ice. See section 7.1.5. A. Unlike assets, upgrades, and agendas, ice are not normally accessed while installed. Encountering a piece of ice does not entail accessing that ice and does not give the runner an opportunity to pay its trash cost. 3.4.6 Ice are the only corp cards with install costs. The install cost of a piece of ice is not a printed value, but instead a calculated value based on the number of other ice already protecting the relevant server. See section 1.16.6. 3.4.7 Ice are the only cards with the subroutines. See section 9.8. 3.5 Operations. 3.5.1 Operations are the only corp cards that are played. Operations As part of their abilities, condition operations convert themselves into condition counters and install themselves. A condition operation cannot be installed by an install effect. It can only be installed through its own conversion ability. See Rule 10.1.4. B. Some operations have the subtype current. As part of their abilities, current operations prevent themselves from being trashed until another current operation or event is played or the runner steals an agenda. When one of these occurs, the active current is trashed during the next checkpoint. See section 10.3. C. Some operations have the subtype lockdown. As part of their abilities, lockdown operations prevent themselves from being trashed until the start of the corp's next turn after the operation is played. Once the corp's turn begins, this effect expires and the operation is trashed during the next checkpoint before any conditional abilities marked pending at that time can be triggered. See section 10.3. 3.5.2. Operations are the only corp cards with play costs. An operation's play cost is the number of credits the corp must spend to play the operation. See section 8.6. 3.5.3. Some operations have trash costs. If the runner accesses an operation with a trash cost, they may pay the trash cost to trash that operation. See section 7.1.5. 3.6. 3.6.1. The corp may install upgrades in the root of any server. Upgrades are the only card type that can be installed in the root of a central server. 3.6.2. There is no limit to the number of upgrades that can be installed in the root of a single server. 3.6.3. Upgrades are among the card types that have res costs. They are installed unresed and remain inactive until the corp reses them by paying their res costs during a paid ability window. See section 8.1. 3.6.4. Upgrades are among the card types that have trash costs. If the runner accesses an upgrade, they may pay the trash cost to trash that upgrade. See section 7.1.5. 3.6.5. Regions. A. Some upgrades have the subtype region. All regions have the text limit one region per server. B. The region limitation applies only to cards with the subtype region that are installed or in the process of being installed in the root of a server. It does not apply to cards in central servers, and it does not apply to ICE. C. The region limitation applies to all cards as specified in Rule 3.6.5b, regardless of the active a region, they must trash the already installed region. See section 8.5. E. The Corp cannot swap a region card with a non-region card in another location if there is another region card already installed in the destination location. 3.7 Events. 3.7.1 Events are the only runner cards that are played. Events are never installed. Playing an event causes its abilities to become active, and once those abilities are fully resolved, the event is trashed. See section 8.6. A. One event, On the Lam, has the subtype Condition. As part of its abilities, it converts itself into a condition counter and installs itself. This event cannot be installed by an install effect. It can only be installed through its own conversion ability. See Rule 10.1.4. B. Some events have the subtype Current. As part of their abilities, current events prevent themselves from being trashed until another current operation or event is played, or the Corp scores an agenda. When one of these occurs, the active current is trashed during the next checkpoint. See section 10.3. 3.7.2 Events are the only runner cards with play costs. An event's play cost is the number of credits the runner must spend to play the event. See section 8.6. 3.8 Hardware. The runner's hardware are the physical tools at their disposal, the computers, chips, and other machinery that make up their rig. 3.8.1 Hardware and piece of hardware are synonymous. 3.8.2 The runner installs hardware into the play area. 3.8.3 Hardware are among the types of cards with install costs. The runner installs the hardware face up and active by paying its install cost. See section 8.5. 3.8.4 There is no limit to the number of hardware the runner can have installed. 3.8.5 Consoles. A. Some hardware have the subtype console. All consoles have the text Limit 1 console per player. B. If a player ever controls more than one installed console, all but the most recently active console are trashed. Trashing cards this way cannot be prevented. C. This limitation applies only to hardware with the subtype console. D. This limitation applies only to active consoles. A player can have multiple copies of a console and even different consoles in their deck. installs programs into the play area. 3.9.2 Programs are among the types of cards with install costs. The runner installs a program face up and active by paying its install cost. See section 8.5. 3.9.3 Programs are the only card type that have a memory cost. A program's memory cost is the number of memory units that program requires while it is installed. A. Installing a program does not permanently consume memory. The program claims its designated quantity of memory units until it becomes uninstalled, at which point those memory units become available for use by other programs. B. When the runner installs a program that would increase the total memory cost of installed programs over their memory limit, they must trash one or more installed programs such that the total memory cost of installed programs, including the new program, will not exceed their memory limit. See section 8.5. C. If the runner's memory limit decreases below the total memory cost of installed programs, or if the total memory cost of installed programs increases above the memory limit for any reason other than installing another program, the runner must trash one or more installed programs such that the total memory cost of the remaining programs does not exceed their memory limit. This occurs during the next checkpoint after the memory limit is exceeded. See section 10.3. D. A program's memory cost is not a cost. It cannot be increased, lowered, ignored, or otherwise modified by abilities that affect costs to install programs. 3.9.4 Programs are among the card types that have strength. A. Programs with the subtype Icebreaker have a printed numerical strength value. An icebreaker's strength determines which ice it is allowed to interface with. See section 3.9.5. B. Programs without the subtype Icebreaker do not have a strength value. A dash is printed on non-Icebreaker program cards in the place where strength is printed on Icebreaker program cards. 3.9.5 Icebreakers. A. Some programs have the subtype Icebreaker. Icebreaker programs have strength and abilities that interface with ice. B. Paid abilities on an icebreaker that modify that icebreaker's strength implicitly have a duration of for the remainder of the current encounter. Example: Corroder has the ability 1 credit plus 1 strength. Since no duration is specified, this strength increase applies until the end of the current encounter. C. If an icebreaker's Icebreaker's paid ability specifies another duration for modifying its strength. That modification lasts until both the stated duration and the implicit encounter duration have expired. Example: Gordian Blade has the ability 1 credit plus 1 strength for the remainder of this run. This ability applies until the end of the current run, whether it is triggered during an encounter or another step of the run. If the ability is triggered during an encounter that takes place outside of a run, the strength increase applies for the duration of that encounter. D. If an Icebreaker's paid ability modifies its strength outside of an encounter and does not specify another applicable duration, the modification expires during the next checkpoint. Example: if the runner uses Kuroda's ability to increase its strength outside of an encounter, it applies only until the next checkpoint. E. All Icebreakers have abilities that interface with ice, sometimes referred to as interface abilities. These abilities are indicated by the interface flag preceding the ability's text. F. The runner can only use an interface ability during step 6.9.3b of an encounter and can only choose the encountered piece of ice and its subroutines as targets for the ability's effects. See section 1.15 for more information about targeting. G. The runner can only use an interface ability on an Icebreaker if the Icebreaker has strength greater than or equal to the strength of the encountered ice. H. If an interface ability specifies that it affects a particular subtype of ice, then that ability can only be used on a piece of ice that has the specified subtype. If an ability on an Icebreaker does not specify a subtype of ice that it affects, that ability can be used on any piece of ice. 3.10 Resources. Resources are a wide variety of connections and skills that aid the runner. 3.10.1 The runner installs resources into the play area. 3.10.2 Resources are among the types of cards with install costs. The runner installs a resource face-up and active by paying its install cost. See section 8.5. 3.10.3 There is no limit to the number of resources the runner can have installed. 3.10.4 While the runner is tagged, the corp may spend click and 2 credits to trash an installed resource as a basic action. See section 10.5. 4. Game zones. 4.1 General. 4.1.1 A zone is a place in which cards and counters can exist during the game. A. There are 8 zone types: deck, hand, discard pile, score area, play area, bank, has their own deck, hand, discard pile, and score area. All players share the play area, the bank, the set-aside zone, and the removed from game zone. C. Each card in the game exists in exactly one zone at a time. 4.1.2 Game rules and card effects can move cards and counters between zones. See section 8.2 for rules on card movements. A. If a face-down card or a card in a hidden zone would ever move to another zone as part of an effect that requires that card to have a specific attribute, that card must be revealed before being moved to the new zone. If the card is being installed, this rule only applies as indicated by section 8.5.13. Example: when resolving clone suffrage movement, the Corp chooses a face-down fast break in archives. The Corp must reveal the fast break before adding it to HQ to demonstrate that it is indeed an operation, meeting clone suffrage movement's requirement. B. When a card is moved from one zone to another, the move is instantaneous. The card is never in both zones at once, and it is never not in any zone at all. 4.1.3 A card that is not in any zone is outside the game. Cards outside of the game are distinct from cards in the removed from game zone and cannot affect the game. They can only be affected by abilities that explicitly bring in extra cards from outside the game. See section 1.5. 4.1.4 A public zone is one where cards are freely visible to both players unless they are face down. The play area, the bank, the set-aside zone, the removed from game zone, and both players' score areas and discard piles are public zones. See section 1.21 for rules on card visibility and section 8.1 for rules on the face-up and face-down status of a card. 4.1.5 A hidden zone is one where cards are not visible to either player. Each player's deck is a hidden zone. 4.1.6 A secret zone is one where cards are visible only to their controller. Each player's hand is a secret zone. 4.1.7 A location is a specific position within a zone that an object can occupy. A destination is a location to which an object is to be moved. A card in a player's deck has a location identifier specific locations. See section 4.6.5. C. The location of a hosted object is its host card. D. All other objects are simply located in their zone and do not have a more specific location. 4.2 Deck. 4.2.1 When the game begins, each player's deck presented during setup becomes their in-game draw deck. 4.2.2 Decks must be kept face down with their cards hidden from both players. Neither player may look at the cards in any deck without being explicitly directed to do so by a rule or card ability. 4.2.3 Decks are ordered. The location of each card in a deck must be maintained, except when a player is explicitly directed to manipulate the cards in a deck by a rule or card ability. See Rule 4.1.7a. A. While searching a deck, a player is not required to maintain the order of the searched cards or indicate the previous location of any card found by the search. Note that the deck is always shuffled upon completion of the search, as required by Rule 8.7.3. 4.2.4 The number of cards in a deck is open information. Any player may count the number of cards in a deck at any time. 4.2.5 Cards in a deck are inactive. 4.2.6 Each player's deck has its own name as a means of differentiating between the two. 4.2.7 R and D. R and D stands for Research and Development. It represents upcoming projects and acquisitions the Corp will soon have at their disposal. A. R&D is the name for the Corp's deck. It is also one of the Corp's central servers. See section 4.6.7. B. If the Corp must ever draw from R&D while it is empty, the runner wins the game. See section 1.7. 4.2.8 Stack. The stack represents the runner's untapped potential, future plans, connections, and opportunities they have yet to discover. A. The stack is the name for the runner's deck. 4.3 Hand. 4.3.1 A player's hand is the zone in which they hold the cards they have drawn from their deck. Cards can be added to a player's hand by other rules and card abilities as well. During setup, each player draws a starting hand. See section 1.6. 4.4 cards in a hand is open information to all players. Any player may count the number of cards in a hand at any time. 4.3.5 Cards in a hand are inactive. 4.3.6 Each player has a maximum hand size, usually 5. A player may have any number of cards in their hand at any given time, but during the discard phase of a player's turn, they must discard cards from their hand until there are no more cards in their hand than their maximum hand size allows. See section 5.5. 4.3.7 Each player's hand has its own name as a means of differentiating between the two. 4.3.8 HQ HQ stands for Headquarters. It represents the project's staff, technology, and other assets the Corp is authorized to deploy. A HQ is the name for the Corp's hand. It is also one of the Corp's central servers. See section 4.6.7. B. The Corp's identity card represents their HQ server for the purposes of gameplay. ICE protecting HQ is installed in front of the Corp's identity card, and upgrades installed in the root of HQ are installed behind the Corp's identity card. 4.3.9 Grip. The grip represents the runner's currently accessible thoughts, plans, knowledge, potential social connections, and other intangible information that can be leveraged. A. The grip is the name for the runner's hand. B. Suffering damage forces the runner to discard cards from their grip at random, and suffering core damage also reduces the runner's maximum hand size. The runner flatlines and loses the game if they suffer more damage than they have cards in grip, or must discard down to a hand size lower than 0. See section 10.4. 4.4 Discard pile. 4.4.1 A player's discard pile is the zone in which they place cards that have been trashed or discarded. Discard piles start the game empty. 4.4.2 Discard piles are not ordered. A player may freely arrange the cards in their discard pile in any order at any time. represents the corp's internal record database of all scrapped, abandoned, or discontinued projects, contracts, assignments, and other endeavours. A. Archives is the name for the corp's discard pile. It is also one of the corp's central servers. See section 4.6.7. B. Cards in archives can be either face up or face down. If a corp card is visible to the runner when it is trashed or discarded, it is put in archives face up. If a corp card is not visible to the runner when it is trashed or discarded, then it is put in archives face down. Face down cards in archives should be oriented horizontally so that the runner can easily see they are present. C. The face-up cards in archives are open information. Any player may look through the face-up cards in archives at any time. The face-down cards in archives are visible only to the corp. The corp may look through the face-down cards in archives at any time, but the runner cannot look at them. 4.4.7. The heap represents what the runner has lost: their old jobs, favours burned, friends long gone, gear wrecked, and code erased. A. The heap is the name for the runner's discard pile. B. The cards in the heap are open information. Any player may look through the cards in the heap at any time. 4.5. Score area. The score areas represent major accomplishments for each player in service of their long-term ambitions. The corp's score area contains all large-scale projects they have seen to completion. The runner's score area is a memorial to all such initiatives they have successfully disrupted, exposed, or sold details of to the highest bidder. 4.5.1. A player's score area is the zone in which they place agendas they have scored or stolen. Section 1.17 details scoring and stealing agendas. Score areas start the game empty. 4.5.2. The agendas in a score area are open information. A player may look through or count the agendas in a score area at any time. 4.5.3. Score areas are not ordered. A player may freely arrange the agendas in their score area in any order at any time. 4.5.4. Agendas in the corp's score area are active. Agendas in the runner's score area are inactive unless stated otherwise. 4.6. Play area. 4.6.1. The play area is the shared active zone into which cards face-up are open information and can be examined by any player at any time. Cards that are face down are secret information and can only be examined by the player who controls the card. See section 10.2. 4.6.4. Whether or not a card is active while in the play area is determined by the card's status. A. Identities start the game in the play area and are always active. B. Generally, Corp agendas, assets, ice, and upgrades are installed into the play area unresed and thus inactive. They are active while resed. See section 8.5. C. Generally, runner hardware, programs, and resources are installed into the play area face-up and active. See section 8.5. C. Generally, runner hardware, programs, and resources are installed into the play area face-up and active. See section 8.5. D. Some runner cards are installed face down or turned face down through card abilities. This is distinct from the status of resed/unresed that Corp cards can have. Face down runner cards are not active. See section 8.1.4. E. Operations and events are played into the play area face up and are active for the duration of their resolution before being trashed. See section 8.6. 4.6.5. Some objects in the play area are organized into specific orientations and or locations. A. Corp cards are arranged into distinct servers. Agendas and assets are installed in the roots of remote servers. Upgrades are installed in the roots of any servers, and pieces of ice are installed horizontally, protecting servers. See section 4.6.6 and section 4.6.9. B. The Corp's identity is used to indicate where in the play area HQ exists for the purposes of installing upgrades in the root of HQ and ice protecting HQ. See section 4.6.7. C. The runner's identity, hardware, programs, and resources do not have specific locations in the play area. D. There is no specific location in the play area for operations or events. They are simply played into the play area where they resolve before being trashed. See section 8.6. E. Each player has a credit pool, which is a location in the play area specific location in the play area. Tag counters are always controlled by the runner, and bad publicity counters are always controlled by the corp. Other types of counters are either non-functional gameplay aids or appear only in host relationships. See also Section 1.9. G. Some cards can act as install locations for other cards while in the play area, such that cards of a specific type can be hosted directly on them during the installation process. In this type of host relationship, both the host card and the hosted card are in the play area, but the host relationship can affect certain aspects of either the card or the installation process. See Section 1.13. H. Some cards can host other cards without installing them. In this type of host relationship, both the host card and the hosted card are in the play area, but the hosted card is not installed and thus not active. See Section 1.13. 4.6.6 Servers. A server is a set of locations where the corp installs their cards into the play area and against which the runner can initiate runs. Whenever a corp installs an agenda, asset, ice, or upgrade, they must choose a destination server for that card. See Section 8.5. B. Once a corp card is installed, it cannot be moved from its server without explicit direction from a game rule or card effect. C. The two types of servers are central servers and remote servers. See Sections 4.6.7 and 4.6.8 respectively. D. All servers can have ice installed protecting them. See Section 4.6.9. E. All servers have a route where cards can be installed. A central server's route can contain any number of upgrades, while a remote server's route can contain one asset or agenda and any number of upgrades. Assets and agendas cannot be installed in the root of a central server. F. All cards installed in the root of a server are kept in the same orientation and location together. The order in which the cards are installed is open information, but the type of cards installed in the root of a remote server should not be derivable from their orientation or location. G. Only one region upgrade can be installed in the root of a server at a time. See Section 3.6.5. H. Some upgrades have restrictions limiting them to specific servers. See Rule 8.5.12. I. Some cards refer to the server where they are located, or the central server corresponding to the zone where they are located, using the phrase "this server." If an ability is initiated by a trigger condition or cost involving the ability's source card moving from a server, its route, or protecting it to another server, or to a location not associated with any server. Treat this server as referring to the server associated with the previous location of the card throughout the resolution of that ability. If an ability moves its source card while it is resolving, continue to interpret this server based on the card's previous location. Example: the runner trashes a rezzed Warroid tracker. This meets the trigger condition of Warroid tracker's ability, but by the time a checkpoint is resolved and an instance of the ability would become pending, Warroid tracker itself is no longer installed. The use of this server in the trigger condition still refers to the server from which Warroid tracker was trashed, not to the server of Warroid tracker's new location in archives. Example: the Corp uses the ability granted by Zato City Grid to trash border control and resolve its first subroutine. The phrase, "this server in that subroutine," refers to the server from which the border control was trashed. However, border control is no longer protecting that server, so it is not included in the number of ice counted. Example: the Corp uses Nanny-Civic Grid to turn the face-down border control in archives face-up and resolve its first subroutine. Border control was not moved between servers, so this server in that subroutine refers to archives. J. If an ability on a card currently or previously located in a server, its route, or protecting it, refers to another server, this means any server except this server, as interpreted by Rule 4.6.6i. If a card's abilities involve choosing a server, another server in a linked ability means any server except the chosen server. If neither of the previous cases apply and a run is in progress, another server means any server except the attacked server. K. If an ability on an object uses the phrase "this server" and that object is hosted on another object, see section 1.13. The server referred to is the server of the host object. 4.6.7 Central servers. A. The Corp has 3 central servers at all times. Each central server corresponds to one of the Corp's zones. HQ corresponds to the Corp's hand, R&D corresponds to the Corp's deck, and Archives corresponds to the Corp's discard pile. B. The Corp's identity is in the play area to indicate the location of HQ relative to other servers, but it is not in HQ, in the root of HQ, or protecting HQ. The cards in HQ are held in the Corp's hand. The upgrades installed in the root of HQ are placed in a vertical orientation near the Corp's identity. The ice installed protecting HQ are placed in a horizontal orientation is placed in the play area to indicate the location of R&D relative to other servers, but the cards in the deck are not installed. The cards in R&D are the cards in the deck. The upgrades installed in the root of R&D are placed in a vertical orientation near the deck. The ice installed protecting R&D are placed in a horizontal orientation in front of the deck, outwards towards the runner. D. The corpse discard pile is placed in the play area to indicate the location of archives relative to other servers, but the cards in the discard pile are not installed. The cards in archives are the cards in the discard pile. The upgrades installed in the root of archives are placed in a vertical orientation near the discard pile. The ice installed protecting archives are placed in a horizontal orientation in front of the discard pile, outwards towards the runner. 4.6.8 Remote servers. A remote server is the only type of server that can contain an asset or agenda in its root. B. The corp starts the game with no remote servers. The corp creates a new remote server by declaring it as the destination server for a card they are about to install. There is usually no limit to the number of remote servers the corp can have at any given time. C. Cards installed in the roots of separate remote servers are placed in a vertical orientation in a row, extending away from the central servers to indicate the locations of the remote servers relative to other servers. The ice installed protecting each remote server are placed in a horizontal orientation in front of any cards in the root of that server, outwards towards the runner. D. A remote server exists as long as there is at least one card in the root of or protecting it. A remote server can be made up of only ice protecting it, only cards installed in it, or a combination of both. E. During checkpoints, a remote server ceases to exist if there are no cards installed in its root and no cards installed protecting it. If a server ceases to exist during a run against it, then the run ends after any currently open paid ability window closes, unless the run has already been declared either successful or unsuccessful. It is neither. See Rule 8.5.8. F. Some abilities limit the number of remote servers. While such an ability is active, the corp cannot create a new remote server if this would raise the total number of remote servers above the specified limit. During step 10.3.1e of each checkpoint, if there are more remote servers than an active limit allows, the corp player chooses a number of servers has the ability Limit 1 remote server. If any remote servers exist, the Corp cannot create a new remote server. 4.6.9 Protecting a server. An installed piece of ice is arranged in a horizontal position in front of the server it is protecting. Ice are ordered within the play area. The location of a piece of ice is defined by the server it is protecting and the number of other pieces of ice between it and the server. B. If there is no other ice between the server and a piece of ice, that ice is the innermost piece of ice. If there is no ice farther from the server than a piece of ice, that ice is the outermost piece of ice. If there is only one piece of ice protecting a server, that ice is both the innermost and the outermost piece of ice. C. If two pieces of ice protecting two different servers share the same number of ice between them and their respective servers, those pieces of ice are considered to be in the same position. D. When the Corp installs a piece of ice protecting a server, they must place it in the outermost position protecting that server. See section 8.5. E. If the number of other ice between a piece of ice and the server changes, its position will change accordingly, moving either closer or farther from the server. If this occurs while that ice is being approached, encountered, or passed during a run, the runner's position attacking the server changes in the same way. 4.7 Bank. 4.7.1 The bank is an inactive zone shared by both players. It holds an unlimited supply of counters for use during gameplay. 4.7.2 Counters placed or loaded onto a card are taken from the bank unless otherwise specified. Counters gained by players are taken from the bank unless otherwise specified. 4.7.3 Credits and other counters that are spent to pay costs return to the bank. 4.7.4 Counters that are not in a legal location return to the bank during checkpoints. See section 10.3. 4.7.5 Cards are never located in the bank. 4.8 Set aside. 4.8.1 The set aside zone is an inactive zone shared by both players. It is used as a temporary holding space for objects being affected by abilities. 4.8.2 If an object is set aside, it is moved from its current zone to the set aside zone. 4.8.3 these cases, cards moved into another zone from the set-aside zone are treated as though they entered that zone directly from their location prior to being set aside. Example: the runner is playing as Exile and plays Test Run, searching their heap for a program. Although the program is set aside before being installed, Exile's ability treats it as though it were installed directly from the heap, and so Exile will draw a card. 4.8.4 Cards found during a search are set aside face down while the search completes. In particular, while any deck that was searched is shuffled. See section 8.7. 4.8.5 Some paid abilities with a trigger cost that uninstalls or forfeits the ability's source card need to refer to or act on that card's hosted cards or counters. These abilities set aside the hosted cards or counters as the trigger cost is paid. See Rule 9.5.5. 4.8.6 Cards set aside by a card ability are face up unless the ability specifically instructs that they be set aside face down. 4.8.7 Face down cards in the set aside zone must be kept in distinct groups according to the effect that sets them aside. Cards within such a group are not ordered and can be freely arranged by their controller. Example: the runner accesses the top card of R&D and does not steal or trash it. On the next turn, the Corp uses Daily Business Show to draw that card and one other card simultaneously, but must put one of the drawn cards on the bottom of R&D. While resolving the draw, the cards are set aside face down, so the Corp can shuffle them. They do not have to tell the runner whether the previously accessed card ends up in HQ or on the bottom of R&D. 4.9 Remove from the game. 4.9.1 The removed from game zone is an inactive zone shared by both players. It is used to take cards out of any player's control is a duration of time during which a player may take actions and is the first to receive priority to act during priority windows. 5.1.2 The corpse turn consists of 3 phases. During the draw phase, the corp draws the top card of R and D into HQ. During the action phase, the corp spends clicks to perform actions. During the discard phase, the corp discards until the number of cards in HQ does not exceed their maximum hand size. Once the corp's turn ends, the runner's turn begins. 5.1.3 The runner's turn consists of 2 phases. During the action phase, the runner spends clicks to perform actions. During the discard phase, the runner discards until the number of cards in their grip does not exceed their maximum hand size. Once the runner's turn ends, the corp's turn begins. 5.1.4 The beginning and end of each player's turn are formalized as particular steps of the turn timing structures. A. Trigger conditions related to a turn beginning are not met as the turn timing structure opens. They are met at the timing step that indicates the formal beginning of the turn. B. Trigger conditions related to a turn or discard phase ending are met at the timing step that indicates the formal end of the turn. They are not met when the turn timing structure later closes. The end of the turn and the end of the discard phase are the same. C. Some effects can occur before the turn begins step or after the turn ends step of a turn. The player whose turn timing structure is in progress is still the active player, and effects that apply during their turn are still applicable, even though their turn has not yet formally begun or has already formally ended. D. Once the game begins, it is always one or the other player's turn. There is no time between turns. 5.2 Actions. 5.2.1 An action is any paid ability where the cost begins with a click symbol. A. Other costs can contain click symbols without denoting an action. Example: the ability click, gain 1 credit and draw 1 card on professional contacts is an action. The ability lose click, break 1 subroutine on this ice. Only the runner can use this ability. On Eli 1.0 is not an action and is used during a paid ability window. 5.2.2 A player initiates an action by paying its cost in clicks, as well as any other costs associated with that action during their action window. A. Once an action is initiated, it must be completed before the game can advance to the next step or open another action window. If the effects of an action initiate a timing structure, such as a run, players may use paid abilities, res cards, and score agendas as dictated by the priority windows of that nested timing structure. But otherwise, players cannot perform any of those voluntary effects while the action is resolving. See section 9.2 for more details about priority. B. If a timing structure is initiated during the resolution of an action, that action is not complete until the new timing structure is complete, and any further effects of the initiated action following the completion of the new timing structure are resolved. Example: the runner takes the action play an event, playing StimHack. The action is not complete until the run initiated by StimHack ends. The runner suffers core damage, and StimHack is trashed following its resolution. C. A conditional ability that meets its trigger condition due to a player taking an action resolves after the action's trigger cost is paid, before the effects of the action itself. See Rule 9.1.2a. D. Some conditional abilities meet their trigger conditions due to an action ending, finishing, or completing. These abilities resolve in the reaction window following step 5.6.2b or step 5.7.1f for actions taken by the corp and runner respectively. 5.2.3. Each player has several basic actions they can always perform. The corp's basic actions are listed in section 5.2.7, and the runner's basic actions are listed in section 5.2.8. A. If an ability has a trigger condition related to an effect being performed with the basic action, that trigger condition is met by any basic action that performs the indicated effect. If an ability impermanently Instead, that player does nothing. 5.2.6 Some cards refer to players taking the same action or different actions. A. Actions a player performs are the same if they are all the same basic action, or if all of those actions were initiated by the same ability from the same card. B. Actions a player performs are different if each of them is initiated from a different basic action or card ability. Instances of equivalent abilities on different cards are still different actions. Example: the Corp, playing Mirrormorph, Endless Iteration, plays Hedge Fund as the first action of their turn, then plays Lateral Growth. Even though two different cards were played, both times the Corp used the basic action to play one operation from HQ. Since their first two actions were the same, the Corp will not be able to trigger the ability on Mirrormorph this turn. 5.2.7 Corp Actions. A. The following basic actions are always available to the Corp during their action phase, in addition to any actions provided by card abilities. B. Click, gain 1 credit. C. Click, draw 1 card. D. Click, install 1 agenda, asset, upgrade, or piece of ice from HQ. See section 8.5. E. Click, play 1 operation from HQ. See section 8.6. F. Click, 1 credit, advance 1 installed card. See section 1.18. G. Click, 2 credits, trash 1 resource. Take this action only if the runner is tagged. See section 10.5. H. Click, click, click. Purge virus counters. See section 10.1.2. 5.2.8 Runner actions. A. The following basic actions are always available to the runner during their action phase, in addition to any actions provided by card abilities. B. Click, gain 1 credit. C. Click, draw 1 card. D. Click, install 1 program, player's turn does not have a draw phase. 5.4 Action phase. 5.4.1 The action phase is the first phase of the runner's turn and the second phase of the corp's turn. It is the only timing structure in which players can take actions, as discussed in section 5.2. 5.4.2 During a player's action phase, they must continue to take actions until they have no more clicks, or the phase is ended directly by a card ability. The player may take actions in any combination and order as long as they pay the appropriate costs. Once they have no remaining clicks, the action phase ends. 5.4.3 A player's action phase can be forced to end by certain card abilities, e.g. via the ability on a terminal operation or event. When a player's action phase is forced to end, the following occurs. A. The current step of the action phase ends and all remaining steps are skipped. B. Any currently open priority windows close. Their associated abilities lose their pending status, and the player with priority loses priority. C. Any currently resolving actions or abilities cease resolving and are considered complete. D. A checkpoint occurs, following which the game proceeds to the active player's discard phase. 5.5 Discard phase. 5.5.1 The discard phase is the last phase of each player's turn. It requires the active player to discard cards until their maximum hand size is satisfied and includes the formal end of that player's turn. 5.5.2 Discarding is the act by which a player moves a card to their discard pile during their discard phase if they have exceeded their maximum hand size. A. Cards discarded from HQ are always sent to archives face down, regardless of whether they have been previously accessed by the runner. B. A discarded card is not considered to have been trashed, or vice versa. 5.5.3 effect instructs a player to skip your discard step. That player does not resolve the appropriate step of their turn. Step 5.6.3a for the corp and step 5.7.2a for the runner. They will not check their hand size or discard cards. 5.6 Steps of the corpse turn. 5.6.1 During the draw phase, the following steps occur in order. A. The corp gains their allotted clicks. Default. Click, click, click. B. A paid ability window occurs in which players may use paid abilities. The corp may res non-ice cards, and the corp may score agendas. P R S C. The corp's recurring credits refill. D. The corp's turn formally begins. Conditions related to the turn beginning are met. E. The corp performs their mandatory draw. F. The corp's draw phase is complete. Play proceeds to the corp's action phase. 5.6.2 During the corp's action phase, the following steps occur in order. A. A paid ability window occurs in which players may use paid abilities. The corp may res non-ice cards, and the corp may score agendas. P R S B. If the corp has any unspent clicks, the corp takes an action. Otherwise, skip to D. C. Return to A. D. The corp's action phase is complete. Play proceeds to the corp's discard phase. 5.6.3 During the corp's discard phase, the following steps occur in order. A. The corp discards one card at a time from HQ until the number of cards in HQ is less than or equal to the corp's maximum hand size. B. A paid ability window occurs in which players may use paid ability windows, and the corp may res non-ice cards. P R C. If the corp has any unspent clicks. The corp loses those clicks. D. The corp's turn formally ends. Conditions related to the turn or discard phase ending are met. E. The corp's discard phase and turn are complete. Play proceeds to the runner's turn. 5.7 Steps of the runner's turn. 5.7.1 During the runner's action phase, the following steps occur in order. A. The runner gains allotted clicks. Default. Click, 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 click. B. A paid ability window occurs, in which players may use paid abilities, and the corp may res non-ice cards. P. R. C. The runner's recurring credits refill. D. The runner's turn formally begins. Conditions related to the turn beginning are met. E. A paid ability window occurs, in which players may use paid abilities, and the corp may res non-ice cards. P. R. F. If the runner has any unspent clicks, the runner takes an action, otherwise skip to H. G. Return to E. H. The runner's action phase is complete. Play proceeds to the runner's discard phase. 5.7.2 During the runner's discard phase, the following steps occur in order. A. The runner discards one card at a time from the grip until the number of cards in the grip is less than or equal to the runner's maximum hand size. B. A paid ability window occurs, in which players may use paid abilities, and the corp may res non-ice cards. B. R. C. If the runner has any unspent clicks, the runner loses those clicks. D. The runner's turn formally ends. Conditions related to the turn or discard phase ending are met. E. The runner's discard phase and turn are complete. Play proceeds to the corp's turn. 6. Runs. 6.1 General 6 phases used in the procedure of carrying out a run, described in sections 6.3 through 6.8. A run always begins with the initiation phase. Section 6.9 contains the full set of steps carried out during each phase and should be referred to in conjunction with the sections discussing the phases. 6.1.2. The attacked server is the server the runner is attempting to reach, usually to breach that server. A. The runner announces the attacked server in the initiation phase of the run. B. Card abilities can sometimes change the attacked server during the run. This does not end the run, but it can affect whether or not certain card abilities or effects apply. C. If an ability changes the runner's position, the attacked server and the current timing step of the run could also change. See section 6.2.5. D. A few abilities change the attacked server directly without referring to the runner's position. These abilities do not change the current timing step of the run. Example: Sneak Door Beater's ability changes the attacked server from archives to HQ. The runner does not need to encounter ice protecting HQ after resolving this ability. 6.1.3. Many abilities modify the sequence of steps taken to resolve a run. Such abilities can direct players to skip steps or phases, replace steps with other effects, move directly from the current timing point to a new phase, or make other changes to the procedures explained in this section. Heed the golden rules in section 1.2. A. Some abilities direct the runner to approach or encounter a piece of ice as part of moving them to that ice's position. See section 6.2.5. B. One card, Code Replicator, directs the runner to approach the piece of ice in their position without first moving them to a new position. This effect changes the current timing step of the run to step 6.9.2, the approach ice phase. C. An ability that directs the runner to encounter a piece of ice without first moving the runner's position does not change the current timing point of the run, the attacked server, or the runner's position. The effect of such an ability is to resolve an encounter ice phase independent of the current state of the run. See section 6.2.6. is moved to a different phase of the run, except for an instruction to end the run. See Rule 6.1.4 below. No more steps in the previously active phase are carried out. If a paid ability window is open, players complete that window normally. Then the active phase is complete and a checkpoint occurs. Finally, the game proceeds to the new phase. E. If a condition refers to encountering a piece of ice after an approach or passing a piece of ice after an encounter, then that condition is only met by the indicated phases or steps occurring in direct sequence according to the standard progression of the run. Example: the runner uses Inversificator to break the subroutine on Mirage, that is protecting archives. When the encounter ends, Mirage's ability creates a replacement effect so that the runner moves to the outermost position of archives instead of passing Mirage. Because the ice is not passed, Inversificator's ability does not meet its trigger condition. Later, the runner encounters the same Mirage again and does not break its subroutine. When this encounter ends, the runner passes Mirage. Even though the runner has used Inversificator to fully break Mirage during an encounter earlier in the run, Inversificator's trigger condition is not met when the runner passes Mirage, because the runner is not passing it after the relevant encounter. 6.1.4 To end the run is to halt the runner's progress toward the server. When an effect ends the run, the current phase of the run ends without following any of its remaining steps and before completing open priority windows. The game immediately moves from the current timing point to step 6.9.6, the run ends phase. 6.1.5 Jacking out is the process by which a runner voluntarily ends a run. Jacking out follows the usual process for ending the run as described in Rule 6.1.4. But some card abilities function differently depending on whether or not the runner chose to end the run by jacking out. A. The runner has the opportunity to jack out after passing a piece of ice. B. If there is no ice protecting the server, the runner has the opportunity to jack out before approaching the server. 6.2 Position. 6.2.1 The runner's position during a run is a measure of their distance from the server. The runner's possible positions correspond to the positions of ice protecting the attacked server. position from one run to the next. After a run initiates, the runner moves to the outermost position of the attacked server if it has any. 6.2.2 The runner progresses through the positions protecting a server and corresponding ice in order. They approach, encounter if the ice is rezzed, and pass each piece of ice, then proceed to the next piece of ice, moving inward until they pass the innermost piece of ice, or the run is ended. A. Once the runner leaves the position of the innermost piece of ice protecting a server, they no longer have a position. This occurs at step 6.9.4d of the movement phase. However, abilities can still move the runner to a position later in that phase. B. During the success phase and the run ends phase, the runner has no position and can no longer move to a position. Example: the corp uses ganked to force the runner to encounter cell portal in the middle of breaching a server. Since the run is already successful, resolving cell portal subroutine will have no meaningful effect except to derez cell portal. 6.2.3 Ice entering or leaving a position protecting the attacked server can affect the runner's position. A. If a piece of ice is added to or removed from the attacked server in a position outward from the runner's current position, nothing happens. The runner will normally not need to approach or encounter the new piece of ice to reach the server. Example: during a run on R&D, Architect's subroutines resolve, and the corp installs a new piece of ice in the outermost position protecting this server. The runner does not approach that new piece of ice during this run because they have already passed that position. B. If a piece of ice is added to the attacked server in a position inward from the runner's current position, the runner and each piece of ice outside of the new ice's position shift one space outward. Example: during a run on a remote server, Howler's subroutine resolves, and the corp installs a new piece of ice in the next inward position protecting the server. The runner will have to approach that new piece of ice later in this run because they have not passed that position. C. If a piece of ice inward from the runner's position is uninstalled or moved to another server, the runner and each piece of ice outside of the departed ice's position shift one space inward. The runner does not reapproach ice they have already passed. 6.2.4 Changes to the piece of ice if a piece of ice is uninstalled or moved to another position, protecting this or another server while it is being approached, the run moves to the movement phase. All outward ice moves one position inward, and the run continues. The runner does not reapproach ice they have already passed. Example: the runner has passed one piece of ice and is approaching the innermost piece of ice, which is a Resd Himitsu Bako. During the paid ability window of the approach, the Corp uses the ability on Himitsu Bako to add it to HQ. The runner passes this position and will approach the server next, while the other piece of ice, protecting the server, moves to the innermost position. B. If a piece of ice is uninstalled or derezzed while it is being encountered, the run moves to the movement phase. All outward ice moves one position inward if the ice was uninstalled, and the run continues. The runner does not reapproach ice they have already passed. C. If a piece of ice currently being encountered moves to another position or is swapped with installed ice in another position, the runner remains with the encountered ice and continues the run from that ice's new position. Example: the runner encounters Bullfrog as the innermost piece of ice protecting a remote server. Bullfrog's subroutine resolves, and it is moved to be the outermost piece of ice protecting archives. The runner is now running on archives and continues the run from Bullfrog's new position. D. If a piece of ice currently being approached is swapped with ice in another position, the runner remains in their current position and is now approaching the new piece of ice occupying that position. E. If a piece of ice is uninstalled, derezzed, moved, or swapped after it is passed, the runner is not moved. 6.2.5. During a run, abilities can move the runner directly to a position. A. If an ability instructs the runner to move to a piece of ice in a different position, the runner's position becomes the position corresponding to that ice, and the server that ice protects becomes the attacked server. The current timing step becomes step 6.9.2, the approach ice phase, or step 6.9.3, the encounter ice phase, according to whether the runner was directed to approach or encounter the ice. B. If an ability instructs the runner to move to the outermost position of a server, that server becomes the attacked server. If there is any ice protecting that server, the runner's position becomes the position of the outermost such piece of ice, and the current timing step becomes step 6.9.2, the approach ice phase. If there is no ice, the runner ceases to have a position, and the current timing step becomes 6.9.4, the movement phase. C. If an ability instructs the runner to move to a position during the success phase, during the run ends phase, or while there is no run in progress. Instead, the runner does nothing. See Rule 6.2.2b. D. If an ability instructs the runner to move to and approach a position they are already approaching. Instead, the runner does nothing. 6.3. Initiation. 6.3.1. The initiation phase sets the parameters for the run and begins the run. 6.3.2. At the start of the initiation phase, the runner announces a server to be the attacked server. A. Some abilities state that the runner cannot run on or cannot initiate a run on certain servers under certain conditions. These effects refer to the announcement of the attacked server in the initiation phase. Example: off the grid states in part, the runner cannot initiate a run on this server. This only prohibits the runner from announcing this particular remote server as the attacked server at the beginning of the run. If an ability changes the attacked server while a run is in progress, off the grid does not interfere with that ability. B. Some abilities impose an additional cost to run, either generally or on a particular server. Any costs to run a server must be paid at the time that server is announced as the attacked server. 6.3.3. After the attacked server is announced, the runner receives credits equal to the number of bad publicity the corp has. See section 10.6 for an explanation of bad publicity. A. Credits from bad publicity cannot be spent to pay costs to make the run, as they are received after the attacked server is announced. B. Once they are received, credits from bad publicity are in the runner's credit pool and behave just as any other credits. They can be spent, lost, placed on cards, and so on as normally allowed. C. During the run ends phase, any credits from bad publicity remaining in the runner's credit pool are lost. 6.3.4. Some abilities look for particular conditions occurring during a run or are restricted to being used during a run. For purposes of abilities, the run formally begins only after the attacked server is announced and any costs are paid. Example: the runner initiates a run against a server with a REST Heinlein grid while the corp has enhanced login protocol in play. They do not lose any credits to Heinlein grid's ability, as spend is spent to initiate the run and is not spent during the run. 6.3.5. When the initiation phase completes, the run moves either to the approach ice phase, section 6.4, or the movement phase, section 6.6. If there is ice protecting the attacked server, the runner's position becomes the outermost piece of ice, and the run proceeds to the approach ice phase. If there is no ice protecting the server, then the run moves directly to the movement phase. 6.4. Approach ice. 6.4.1. The approach ice phase gives the corp the opportunity to res the ice in the runner's current position. 6.4.2. For purposes of meeting trigger conditions, the runner approaching a piece of ice is equivalent to the approach ice phase beginning at that ice's position. Abilities with this trigger condition are subject to Rule 9.2.8f. 6.4.3. The paid ability window in step 6.9.2b of the approach ice phase is the only time the corp can normally res ice. In this window, the corp only gains the ability to res the piece of ice being approached, not any other ice. 6.4.4. When the approach ice phase completes, the run moves either to the encounter ice phase, section 6.5, or the movement phase, section 6.6. If the approached piece of ice is resed, the runner encounters it next. If the approached piece of ice is unresed, or if there is no longer ice installed in that position, then the run moves directly to the movement phase. 6.5. Encounter ice. 6.5.1. The encounter ice phase gives the runner the opportunity to interact with the ice in their current position, then requires the corp to resolve unbroken subroutines on that ice. 6.5.2. For purposes of meeting trigger conditions, the runner encountering a piece of ice is equivalent to the encounter ice phase beginning at that ice's position. Abilities with this trigger condition are subject to Rule 9.2.8f. 6.5.3. As each encounter begins, each subroutine on the encountered ice gains an unbroken status associated with that encounter. 6.9.3b of the encounter begins. No objects fully break the ice in this case. D. If the encountered piece of ice gains subroutines after the runner fully breaks it, the runner's status of having fully broken the ice remains in place. Conditions that check whether the runner fully broke the ice will still be met as normal. Breaking the new subroutines will not fully break the ice or meet related conditions again. 6.5.8 Bypass. A. When an effect allows the runner to bypass a piece of ice, the encounter ice phase is aborted, and the runner immediately proceeds to pass that ice. B. Most bypass effects occur at the beginning of an encounter and result in steps 6.9.3b and 6.9.3c never occurring, meaning that subroutines on the encountered ice are neither broken nor resolved. C. A few bypass effects can be triggered later. If ice is bypassed in step 6.9.3b, subroutines may or may not have been broken, but step 6.9.3c never occurs, so no subroutines resolve. Note that for ice with 0 subroutines, the runner has broken all subroutines if and only if step 6.9.3b was reached. See Rule 9.12.2d. Example: the runner plays forked and encounters a troll that they can bypass with femme fatale. The runner pays 0 credits to bypass the troll with femme fatale. Forked does not meet its trigger condition, and troll is not trashed because the opportunity to break subroutines was never reached. 6.5.9 Forced encounters. A. If an ability directs the runner to encounter a piece of ice without first changing their position, resolve an encounter ice phase, but do not change the runner's position, if any. After the encounter, return to the effect that caused the encounter and proceed from there. This type of encounter, outside the normal progression of a run, is referred to as a forced encounter. Example: if Shiro subroutine directs the corp to end the run during the extra encounter. Both that encounter and the original movement phase are reported, and the game proceeds to the run ends phase. C. An instruction that creates a forced encounter is not finished resolving until the encounter is complete. D. During a forced encounter, if an ability moves the runner or directs the runner to approach a piece of ice, that movement resolves and changes the parameters of the underlying run normally, but does not end or interfere with the forced encounter. 6.6 Movement. 6.6.1 The movement phase handles the progression of the run between pieces of ice and after the innermost piece of ice, up to the point when the runner approaches the attacked server. 6.6.2 If the movement phase was reached from the approach ice phase or the encounter ice phase, the runner passes the ice in their position. 6.6.3 During each movement phase, the runner has the opportunity to jack out. See section 6.1.5. 6.6.4 If the runner declines to jack out, their position moves to the next inward position, if there is one. 6.6.5 If the runner moves to a new position, the run continues from the movement phase to the approach ice phase. Section 6.4 The runner will approach the piece of ice in their new position. 6.6.6 If the runner does not jack out or return to the approach ice phase, they approach the server. This has no inherent effects, but is referred to by some card abilities. After the runner approaches the server, the run continues to the success phase. Section 6.7. 6.7 Success. 6.7.1 The success phase declares the run successful and allows the runner to breach the attacked server. 6.7.2 A run during which the runner breaks through the corp's defenses and reaches the server itself is declared a successful run. This label is frequently referred to by card abilities. 6.7.3 Declaring a run to be successful is not the same as the success phase beginning. Accordingly, abilities that have trigger conditions related successful. This means after the run created this way becomes successful. A. If an effect that initiates a run specifies that that run must be made against a specific server or servers, any if successful abilities associated with that effect are tied to that server or servers. If the attacked server has changed since the run was initiated and no longer is a server that could have been chosen for this run, the if successful abilities do not meet their trigger conditions. Example: the runner plays because I can, which directs them to make a run on a remote server. If an effect moves the run to a central server, the if successful effect on because I can will not apply. However, if the run is moved instead to another remote server, the if successful effect is still applied, since because I can would have allowed a run on the second remote server to begin with. B. If successful abilities frequently create lingering effects. See section 9.10 that modify the procedure for accessing cards or replace breaching the attacked server with another effect entirely. These effects apply to the breach permitted by the rules for this run. See Rule 6.7.5, and they expire when the run is complete. C. If an if successful effect gives the runner an effect they can optionally carry out instead of breaching, that decision is made at the time the breach would begin. In step 6.9.5b. Example: the runner plays a count siphon while Ash 2x3zb9cy is installed in the root of HQ and the run is successful. The runner can wait until after the trace from Ash 2x3zb9cy completes before deciding to access cards normally or force the corp to lose credits. 6.7.5. When the runner breaches the server, they follow the procedures detailed in section 7. 6.8. Run ends phase. 6.8.1. The run ends phase formalizes the end of the run and prepares the game to return to the timing structure from which the run was initiated. 6.8.2. At the beginning of the run ends phase, the game processes Once this happens, the runner does not have an opportunity to use their bad publicity credits from this run to pay for using self-modifying code. B. If the run was ended during a reaction window opened due to a phase beginning, the reaction window closes as per Rule 9.2.8f. No other pending abilities are resolved. Example: the runner uses the ability on Security Nexus during a reaction window at the beginning of the encounter ice phase. The trace is successful, so the ability ends the run. If Tollbooth's ability is also pending in this reaction window, it will not be resolved, since the encounter has ended. C. Any other open priority window is completed normally. If more than one priority window needs to be completed this way, they are resolved in the usual order described in section 9.1.2. 6.8.3. During the run ends phase, if the runner has any credits from bad publicity remaining in their credit pool, the runner loses those credits. 6.8.4. As part of the run ends phase, the game determines whether the run should be declared an unsuccessful run. This is a label applied to runs in which the runner failed to reach the server they attacked and is referred to by card abilities. The run is declared unsuccessful if neither of the following conditions have been met. A. If the run reached step 6.9.5, the success phase, it is not declared unsuccessful. This is the case regardless of whether the run was actually declared successful. Example: the runner reaches a server with Crisium Grid Rest. Crisium Grid's ability stops the run from being declared successful, but the run is not declared unsuccessful either. B. If the attacked server has ceased to exist, the run is not declared unsuccessful. See Rule 8.5.8. 6.8.5. Conditions related to a run ending are not met as soon as an end the run effect resolves or at the beginning of the run ends phase. Instead, these conditions are met at step 6.9.6d, when the entire run timing structure is complete. Similarly, static abilities that apply during a run and durations that apply until the end of a step 6.9.6d. Example: the runner plays the noble path to make a run in which they prevent all damage. During the run, the subroutine on Chum resolves, and then the runner encounters Wall of Static and does not break its subroutine. When the End the Run ability resolves, the encounter also ends, so the trigger condition on Chum's delayed conditional ability is met. The ability will resolve and fail to damage the runner during the run ends phase, because the Noble Paths effect still applies. Similarly, Georgia Emeliov's first ability meets its trigger condition at step 6.9.6c, which is still before the run is over, so the damage will be prevented. Example: the runner plays the Noble Path to make a run in which they prevent all damage. The run is successful, but the runner takes a tag during the run. When the run ends, Dedicated Response Team's ability meets its trigger condition at the same time that the Noble Paths effect expires, so the runner will suffer 2 meat damage. 6.9 Steps of a run. 6.9.1 Initiation phase. A. The runner announces the attacked server. B. The runner gains 1 credit to spend during the run for each bad publicity the Corp has. C. The run formally begins. Conditions related to the run beginning or initiating are met. D. The initiation phase is complete if the attacked server has at least 1 piece of ice protecting it. Proceed to step 6.9.2 Approach ice phase. Approaching the outermost piece of ice protecting the attacked server. If the attacked server is not protected by ice, proceed to step 6.9.3 approach ice phase is complete. If the approached piece of ice is rezzed, continue to step 6.9.3, encounter ice phase. Otherwise, proceed to step 6.9.4, movement phase. 6.9.3, encounter ice phase. A. The encounter begins. Conditions related to the runner encountering this ice are met. B. A paid ability window occurs, in which players may only use paid abilities. Subroutines on the encountered ice can be broken during this window. P. C. If there are unbroken subroutines that have not yet resolved this encounter, the Corp resolves the next such subroutine in order. Otherwise, skip to E. D. Return to C. E. The encounter ice phase is complete. Continue to step 6.9.4, movement phase. 6.9.4, movement phase. A. If the runner's position corresponds to a piece of ice, the runner passes that ice. Conditions related to passing ice are met. If there are no positions more inward than the ice just passed, conditions related to passing all of the ice protecting a server are also met. B. A paid ability window occurs, in which players may only use paid abilities. P. C. The runner may choose to jack out, proceeding to step 6.9.6, run ends phase. If the runner does not, continue to D. D. The runner's position moves to the next position inward, if any. E. A paid ability window occurs, in which players may use paid abilities, and the Corp may res non-ice cards. P. R. F. If the runner moved to a new position, return to step 6.9.2, approach ice phase, approaching the piece of ice in their new position. If not, continue to G. G. The runner approaches the attacked server. Conditions related to the runner approaching a server are met. H. The movement phase is complete. Continue to step described in section 6.8.2. B. The runner loses any unspent bad publicity credits. C. If the success phase was not reached during this run and the attacked server still exists, the run becomes unsuccessful. D. The run ends phase and the run as a whole are both complete. 7. Accessing cards and breaching servers. 7.1. Accessing cards. 7.1.1. Accessing is the process of the corp showing one of their cards to the runner for potential interaction. 7.1.2. While the runner is accessing a card, the runner is allowed to look at that card, even if it would normally not be visible to them. While the runner is accessing a card, the corp is allowed to look at it as well, except when the card is being accessed from R and D. 7.1.3. An ability that meets its trigger condition when its source card is accessed is active, even if the source card is inactive. See section 9.1.8. 7.1.4. During each access, the runner has one opportunity to use a mid-access ability. This occurs after the reaction window at the beginning of the access and before the runner steals an accessed agenda. 7.1.5. The runner always has the ability access, pay the trash cost of the accessed card, trash it. This is the basic trash ability. A. All assets and upgrades have trash costs, as do some ice and operations. If a card does not have a trash cost, the runner cannot pay its trash cost, and therefore the runner cannot use the basic trash ability during that access. B. The runner cannot trash or pay the trash cost of a card in the corpse discard pile, either with the basic trash ability or with other mid-access abilities. C. One card, Mumpad Virtual Tool, has the ability, if the runner accesses this upgrade while it is installed, they must trash it, if able. When this ability applies, the runner can use any mid-access ability they have available trashes the card, but they cannot decline to use a mid-access ability or use one that would not trash the accessed card unless they are unable to pay the cost of any ability that would trash it. D. One card, neutralize all threats, has the ability, the first time each turn you access a card with a trash cost, reveal it. You must trash that card by paying its trash cost, if able. When this ability applies, the runner can only use the basic trash ability. They cannot decline to use a mid-access ability or use a mid-access ability available from a card unless they cannot pay the cost of the basic trash ability. 7.1.6 If, after resolving mid-access abilities, the runner is still accessing an agenda, they must steal it. A. Some abilities can create additional costs to steal an agenda. The runner can decline to pay such costs and not steal the agenda. See section 1.16.10. 7.1.7 If a card moves to another location while it is being accessed, the access ends immediately. 7.1.8 If a run is in progress, an instruction to end the run ends any access taking place. If an access is occurring outside of a run, an instruction to end the run has no effect on that access. 7.1.9 One card, information sifting, uses a method other than a breach to establish a set of cards for the runner to access. The runner accesses those cards one at a time in the order of their choice. Each access is performed as a separate instruction. See Rule 9.11.4b. Accessing cards in this way is an exception to Rule 9.12.2a. 7.1.10 One card, counter-surveillance, instructs the runner to access a certain number of cards from a server without mentioning a breach. The procedure for these accesses follows the normal rules for breaching that server, except there is no random access limit if the server is HQ or R&D, and the procedure ends once the designated number of cards have been chosen for access. 7.2 Steps of accessing a card. 7.2.1 The card is accessed. Conditions related to accessing this card are met. 7.2 single mid-access ability, such as the basic trash ability. 7.2.3. If the accessed card is an agenda, the runner must steal it. 7.2.4. The access is complete. Conditions related to an access ending are met. 7.3. Breaching servers. 7.3.1. Breaching a server is the process of the runner accessing a particular set of cards associated with that server. Most accesses occur during a breach. Step 6.9.5b of a run calls for the runner to breach the attacked server, but card abilities can also directly instruct the runner to breach a server. 7.3.2. When the runner breaches archives, all the face-down cards in the corpse discard pile are turned face up before the runner accesses any cards. A. If a card is added to archives face down after this step, that card remains face down for the remainder of the breach, even after it is accessed. The runner can only look at a face down card in archives while accessing it. 7.3.3. The cards associated with a breached server that the runner could potentially access are called candidates. The set of candidates is compiled from the cards in the root of the breached server and, for central servers, the cards in the zone that corresponds to that server. See Rule 4.6.7a. Section 7.4 defines which of these cards are candidates. 7.3.4. During a breach, the runner is presented with the current candidates. They choose one of those cards and access it. This process repeats until there are no longer any candidates. A. When presented with candidates during a breach of HQ, the runner chooses either a specific candidate that is not in the corpse hand, or to access a random candidate from among the ones in the corpse hand. A card randomly chosen this way is treated as though the runner had chosen it. B. One card, dedicated neural net, instructs the corp to choose which cards the runner accesses from HQ. While this effect applies, the runner still chooses candidates that are not in the corpse hand as normal. When the runner chooses to access a candidate from the corpse hand, instead of a candidate being chosen at random, the corp chooses one of those candidates for the runner to access. The chosen card is still treated as though the runner had chosen chosen it. 7.3.5. The runner can only choose candidates from the corpse hand or deck a limited number of times during a breach of HQ or R&D respectively. This number is called the random access limit. Before the runner begins accessing cards during a breach of HQ or R&D, the random access limit for that breach is determined, after which it will not change for the remainder of that breach. A. By default, the random access limit is 1. B. If an ability allows the runner to access additional cards during a breach of HQ or R&D, the effect of that ability is to increase the random access limit. Such an ability can only be applied at the beginning of the breach, before the value of the random access limit is set. C. Cards are counted against the random access limit in the manner described in Rule 7.3.6a. 7.3.6. Some rules and abilities refer to the number of cards the runner accesses, or the number of times the runner accesses a card. A. If such a reference applies while a breach is in progress, it counts the number of times a candidate has been chosen so far during that breach, regardless of how many of those candidates have actually been accessed. Example: the runner plays Immolation Script, and the subroutine on Hudson 1.0 resolves before Archives is breached. The runner will only be able to choose one candidate during the breach, regardless of whether they choose to access that card or apply Immolation Script's replacement effect. B. If such a reference applies after a breach is complete, it counts only the number of times the runner actually resolved an access during that breach. Example: the runner plays Rip Deal while they have Obelus installed. If they use Rip Deal's ability to replace accesses of cards in HQ with adding cards from the heap to the grip, the cards those replacement effects applied to were not accessed. When Obelus's ability resolves after the breach ends, it will only cause the runner to draw cards for upgrades they accessed in the route of HQ. 7.3.7. If a run is in progress, an instruction to end the run ends any breach taking place. If there is no run in progress, an instruction to end the run has no effect on a breach. 7.3.8. If a server would be breached while a breach is already in progress, instead the new breach takes place when the current breach ends. The effect creating the delayed breach is treated Example: the runner steals clone retirement during a breach of HQ, causing the corp to take bad publicity. The runner must complete the current breach before beginning the breach granted from Raymond Flint's first ability. 7.4 Determining candidates. 7.4.1 The candidates at the beginning of a breach are as follows. A. Each card in the root of the breached server is a candidate. B. If the breached server is HQ, each card in the corp's hand is a candidate. C. If the breached server is R and D, the top card of the corp's deck is a candidate. D. If the breached server is archives, each card in the corp's discard pile is a candidate. 7.4.2 If, at any time, the runner is prohibited from accessing an object, that object ceases to be a candidate and cannot become a candidate. Example: the corp performs a successful trace with the ability on Ash. 2x 3z b 9c y. Prohibiting the runner from accessing any card other than Ash for the remainder of the current run. When the server is breached, Ash will be the only candidate for the runner's first selection, and then there will be no candidates remaining, so the breach will end. A. 1 card Hudson 1.0 creates an effect that prohibits the runner from accessing more than 1 card during a run. This effect always considers whether the runner has actually accessed a card during that run, even when Rule 7.3.6a would normally apply. If the runner has accessed any cards, this effect prohibits all accesses, and therefore there will be no candidates. 7.4.3 Once the runner chooses a candidate for access, it ceases to be a candidate for the remainder of that breach. It does not matter whether the chosen candidate is actually accessed. As long as the card is chosen, it ceases to be a candidate. Example: the runner is breaching archives during a run made with immolation script. They choose a piece of ice from the set of candidates and apply immolation script's access limit is reached during a breach of HQ or R and D, all candidates in the zone corresponding to the breached server cease to be candidates, and no cards in that zone can become candidates for the remainder of that breach. See section 7.3.5. 7.4.5. If a candidate leaves the breached server, it ceases to be a candidate. Note that the moved card could be a new object, which could be eligible to become a new candidate, if appropriate. Example: the runner trashes an installed upgrade during a breach of archives. That card moves to the corpse discard pile. The new object for the upgrade's existence in the corpse discard pile becomes a candidate, so the runner will access the same physical card twice during this breach. 7.4.6. Cards entering a server while a breach is in progress can become candidates. A. If a card enters the root of a server during a breach of that server, the runner decides whether that card becomes a candidate during step 10.3.1i. B. If a card enters the corpse hand during a breach of HQ while the random access limit has not yet been reached, that card becomes a candidate. C. If a card enters the corpse deck during a breach of R and D, that card could become a candidate either at that time or later in the breach, depending on the random access limit and its position within the deck. See section 7.4.7. D. If a card enters the corpse discard pile during a breach of archives, that card becomes a candidate. See also Rule 7.3.2a. 7.4.7. During a breach of R and D, the runner is presented with one candidate from the corpse deck at a time, in turn, working down from the top of the deck. Cards are made candidates one at a time until the access limit is reached. A. After the runner chooses a candidate from the corpse deck, and whenever any cards enter, leave, or are reordered within the corpse deck, all cards in the corpse deck cease to be candidates. Then, if the random access limit has not been reached, the topmost eligible card in the deck becomes a candidate. A card is eligible for this purpose if the runner has not already chosen to access that object and is not prohibited from accessing that object in this breach. Example: the runner plays the Maker's Eye and breaches R and D, accessing 2 additional access Celebrity Gift, and then access and steal bacterial programming. The Corp uses bacterial programming's ability to rearrange cards in R and D, but they leave Celebrity Gift as the top card of R and D. Cards returned to the top of R and D are new objects, so the runner must continue the breach from the top of R and D, and will access Celebrity Gift again. Example: the Corp is playing Seder Laboratories and has Strongbox Rest in the root of R and D. The runner breaches R and D with a random access limit of 4. They first access the top card of the Corp's deck and leave it in place. The second card from the top now becomes a candidate and turns out to be an agenda, which the runner steals by spending click to pay the additional cost imposed by Strongbox. The Corp then uses Seder Laboratories to add one card from Archives to the top of R and D. The third candidate presented to the runner is the card newly added to the top of R and D. After accessing that card, the next card down is still the object that was accessed first, so the card below that, currently third from the top, becomes the fourth and final candidate. B. One card showing off allows the runner to access cards from the bottom of R and D. While this effect applies, candidates in the Corp's deck are presented working up from the bottom. Treat Rule 7.4.1c as if it said bottom instead of top, and Rule 7.4.7a as if it said bottommost instead of topmost. 7.5 Steps of breaching a server. 7.5.1 Breaching the server formally begins. Conditions related to breaching this server are met. 7.5.2 If the breached server is Archives, turn all cards in the Corp's discard pile face up. 7.5.3 If the breached server is HQ or R and D, determine the limit to how many times the runner can choose a candidate from the Corp's hand or deck. 7.5.4 The runner chooses a candidate. If they cannot, skip to step 7.5.7. 7.5.5 The runner accesses the chosen card. 7.5.6 Return to step 7.5.4. 7.5.7 The breach is complete. Conditions related to the breach ending are met. it is installed and face down. An asset, upgrade, or piece of ice is rezzed if it is installed and face up. Runner cards, face up agendas, operations, events, and counters are neither rezzed nor unrezzed. 8.1.2 To res an unrezzed card is to turn it face up. A. Some paid ability windows allow the Corp to res assets and upgrades. See section 9.2.7. The paid ability window at step 6.9.2b of a run allows the Corp to res ice. B. Card abilities can direct or allow the Corp to res cards at other times. C. Agendas cannot be rezzed. D. Before rezzing a card, the Corp must pay that card's res cost. This includes both rezzing in a paid ability window and rezzing through a card ability. Card abilities can modify or ignore res costs, but must state this explicitly. E. To resolve rezzing a card, the Corp pays its res cost, accounting for any modifiers or additional costs. A checkpoint occurs as required by Rule 10.3.4. Then the Corp turns the card face up. For purposes of meeting trigger conditions, the card is considered to be rezzed at the conclusion of this process. 8.1.3 To derez a rezzed card is to turn it face down. A. Cards are only derezzed by card effects. B. There is no inherent cost associated with derezzing a card. C. Derezzing a card is instantaneous and has no component steps. 8.1.4 Some abilities can install runner cards face down or turn already installed runner cards face down. A. Installed runner cards that are face down do not have a name, type, or subtype, and their abilities are not active. B. Face down installed runner cards are distinct. The origin of each such card, when face-up installed card was turned face down is open information. C. After a face-down runner card enters the heap, it is turned face-up. D. A runner card turned face down is not considered to be uninstalled and simply remains in the play area. E. If an installed face down runner card is turned face up, the card gains its name, type, and subtypes, and it becomes active. Turning an installed face-down runner card face-up does not meet the trigger conditions of when installed abilities. F. Runner cards are never considered rezzed or unrezzed. 8.2 Card movements. 8.2.1 A movement is a way that cards change their zone or location following special rules. The movements are arrange, draw, forfeit, install, play, search, score, steal, swap, and trash. Other terms that change the locations of cards are not movements. If an ability directs a player to add or move cards to one or more locations, simply put those cards in the indicated locations. If an ability or game rule directs a player to discard, set aside, or remove from the game one or more cards, simply put those cards in their owner's discard pile, the set aside zone, or the removed from game zone, respectively. 8.2.2 If a replacement effect modifies the effects of a movement but does not replace the entire movement by name, the modified effect is still an occurrence of that movement and can still meet trigger conditions relating to that type of movement. Example: Harbinger's ability modifies the effect of trashing it by replacing adding Harbinger to the heap with turning it face down. Harbinger is still trashed when the modified effect resolves. If this is the first time this turn that the runner trashed one of their installed cards, they will be able to resolve Wasteland's ability. If a movement is replaced or prevented entirely, or otherwise cannot be carried out, that movement does not take place, and conditions related to that type of movement are is resolving the first subroutine on RotoTurret to trash an installed program. The runner uses sacrificial construct to prevent the program from being trashed. Since trashing did not occur, the runner does not place a power counter on District 99, and District 99 can still meet its trigger condition if a program or piece of hardware is successfully trashed later in the turn. 8.2.3 To arrange a set of cards is to reposition them among their current locations. The full rules for arranging are detailed in section 8.3. 8.2.4 To draw a given number of cards is to move that many cards from the top of a player's deck to their hand. The full rules for drawing cards are detailed in section 8.4. 8.2.5 To forfeit an agenda is to move it from a player's score area to the removed from game zone. When a player forfeits an agenda, its agenda points no longer contribute to that player's score, and any objects hosted on it are trashed. 8.2.6 To install a card is to move it from its current zone to the play area. The full rules for installing cards are detailed in section 8.5. 8.2.7 To play an event or operation is to move it from its current zone to the play area, resolve its play abilities, and then trash it. The full rules for playing events and operations are detailed in section 8.6. 8.2.8 To search is to look at a specified zone and potentially set aside cards from that zone. The full rules for searching are detailed in section 8.7. 8.2.9 To score an agenda is to move it from its current zone to the corpse score area. sets aside that many cards from the top of their deck face down. The cards are then considered drawn, and abilities with trigger conditions related to cards being drawn can act on them. When resolving any such abilities is complete, the set-aside cards are added to their owner's hand. A. Abilities with a trigger condition that refers to cards being drawn can see the drawn cards in the set-aside zone. This is an exception to Rule 4.8.3. B. Abilities that do not refer specifically to cards a player has drawn are subject to Rule 4.8.3 and only see the drawn cards move directly from the player's deck to their hand. 8.4.3 Abilities that resolve while drawn cards are set aside can move those cards or add new cards to that set. A. If a drawn card leaves the set-aside zone, it is no longer considered drawn and remains in its new location when the drawn cards are added to the hand. B. If a drawn card is swapped with another card, the card swapped into the set-aside zone is now considered drawn, can be manipulated by other abilities, and will be added to the hand with the other drawn cards. Example: the Corp takes their mandatory draw while they have daily business show and Ramen Rai rest. They set aside Wraparound and Enigma from the top of R and D. After looking at these cards and the cards in archives, the Corp uses Ramen Rai to reveal the Enigma and a toll booth from archives and swap them. Then the Corp uses Daily Business Show to add toll booth to the bottom of the deck. Finally, the Corp adds Wraparound to HQ. 8.4.4 If an ability directs multiple players to draw cards at the same time, those players follow the procedure for drawing cards together. Abilities relating to all of those draws will become pending in the same reaction window. A. If an ability gives multiple players the option to draw cards at the same time, first installing and uninstalling cards. 8.5.1 Installing an agenda, asset, ICE, upgrade, hardware, program, or resource card is the act of placing that card into the play area. Events, operations, and identities are never installed. A. Cards and counters can also be installed onto other cards if either the card being installed onto or the card or counter being installed has an ability allowing this. The relationship created this way is called hosting and is discussed in section 1.13. Some abilities also host cards without installing them. B. A card or counter is uninstalled when it stops being installed for any reason. 8.5.2 Corp cards are installed face down, unresed, and remain inactive until rest. Corp cards are installed into specific locations. See section 4.6.6 for more information on servers and the locations of installed Corp cards. A. As part of installing a card, the Corp chooses which server will be the destination for that card. The Corp can either choose an already existing server as the destination or announces that the card will create a new remote server. B. The Corp always installs an agenda or asset into the root of a remote server. C. The Corp always installs an upgrade into the root of a central or remote server. D. Unless otherwise indicated, the Corp always installs ICE into the outermost position, protecting the destination server. 8.5.3 Cards in servers cannot be rearranged unless instructed by a card ability. To organize this hidden information for both players, it is important that the Corp observes the following rules for card orientation. A. Agendas, assets, and upgrades are always installed in a vertical orientation. An upgrade in the root of a remote server is installed in the same position as an agenda or asset. The runner should not be able to tell what type of card is installed in the root of a remote server by its position. B. ICE is always is installed in a horizontal orientation. 8.5.4 Runner cards are normally installed face up, active. Runner cards are generally installed without designated locations. 8.5.5 Installing cards is an exception to Rule 9.12.2a. If an effect would install more than one card, then those cards are chosen and installed one at a time, following all of the steps of the installation process. Step 8.5.15 for each card before choosing and installing the next. Each such installation is performed as a separate instruction. See Rule 9.11.4b. Example: the runner uses mass install to install 3 programs. The runner can install degdir first and then host one of the other 2 programs on degdir in order to reduce the install cost. 8.5.6 As part of the installation process, a player installing an agenda, asset, upgrade, ICE, or program has the opportunity to trash like cards. A. When installing an agenda or asset in the root of a remote server, or an upgrade in the root of any server, the Corp may first trash any number of other cards already installed in the root of that server. If the card to be installed is an asset or agenda, the Corp must trash any other asset or agenda from that server. If the card to be installed is a region, the Corp must trash any other region from that server. B. When installing ICE protecting a server, the Corp may first trash any number of other ICE already installed, protecting that server. ICE trashed in this way will not be counted when determining the install cost of the new ICE. C. When installing a program, the runner may first trash any number of programs already installed. They must do so if installing the new program would exceed their memory limit. 8.5.7 If the Corp trashes any cards during the installation process, outside of the process of installing another card, then the server ceases to exist during the next checkpoint. See section 10.3. 8.5.9. The Corp cannot destroy a server by installing cards. While the Corp is installing a card with a remote server as its destination, that server does not cease to exist during any checkpoints that occur before the install effect is complete. Even if the last card installed in the root of or protecting a remote server is trashed during the installation process, it is still considered the same server after the new card has been installed. 8.5.10. If a piece of ice is uninstalled while being approached or encountered, any open paid ability window is completed. Then the approach or encounter ends without completing any further steps of that timing structure. The runner passes the position the uninstalled ice had occupied, and the run continues. See section 6.2 for rules about positions during a run. 8.5.11. Some types of cards have an install cost, which must be paid before the card can become installed, unless an ability indicates that this cost should be ignored. A. The install cost of a piece of ice is 1 credit for each piece of ice already installed, protecting the destination server at the time the cost is to be paid. The install cost of a piece of hardware, program, or resource is indicated on the card. Assets, agendas, upgrades, and face-down runner cards have no install cost. See also Rule 1.16.6b. specifies one or more central servers or remote server, followed by the word only. This is a restriction on the locations an upgrade can occupy that applies at all times, even if the upgrade is inactive. The Corp cannot choose the root of a non-specified server as the installation destination for such an upgrade, and such an upgrade cannot be swapped into the root of a non-specified server. 8.5.13 If a player attempts to install a face-down card or a card from a hidden or secret zone, they are required, in certain cases, to reveal that card in order to verify that the installation is valid. A. Players are not required to and should not reveal an installed card simply to verify that it has an appropriate card type. Example: the Corp controls a remote server with a face-down card in its root and uses a basic action to install another card into that root. To satisfy the rules, the new card must be an asset, upgrade, or agenda, since those are the only card types that can normally be installed in the root of a remote server. Additionally, at least one of the two cards must be an upgrade, since there can only be, at most, one asset or agenda in the root of a server. However, the Corp does not reveal cards to verify either of these properties. Example: the Corp resolves the first subroutine on Bran 1.0. They do not reveal the card they install to verify that it is a piece of ice as stipulated in the text of the subroutine, nor do they reveal the card to verify that it is a piece of ice as necessitated from installing it protecting a server. B. Players are not required to and should not reveal an installed card to verify that it meets server limitations. Example: the Corp installs a card in the root of a server with a rest region upgrade. The new card cannot also be a region upgrade unless the old one is trashed as part of the installation, as per section 3.6.5. They do not reveal the installed card to verify this. C. Players are required to reveal an installed card to verify any other requirements imposed by the ability that installs the card. heuristics by trashing a card with printed res cost 5. They search R and D for Archer and install it, but decline to pay the additional cost to res Archer. Since the ability requires the installed card to have printed res cost 4, and the card is not otherwise visible to the runner at any point in this process, the Corp must reveal Archer to verify that the installation is legal. D. Some abilities install and res one or more cards. If the player resolving an install and res effect is allowed to choose a card that they are unable to res, or if the installed card has an additional cost that the player declines to pay. See Rule 1.16.4c. The player must reveal the installed card, regardless of whether other restrictions apply. Example: the Corp plays Trust Operation and installs an agenda from archives with its install and res effect. Since agendas cannot be resed, the Corp must reveal the installed agenda. Example: the Corp plays Add Blitz. Since the install and res effect on this card stipulates, if able, the Corp cannot choose to install cards they are unable to res, nor can they decline additional costs if any apply. 8.5.14. Some abilities install cards to a specific location. If an ability specifies a destination that is invalid or cannot be identified, no installation can take place. Example: the Corp uses non-civic grid to resolve the first subroutine on a copy of Bran 1.0 in archives. This subroutine attempts to install ICE directly inward from Bran 1.0, but this copy of Bran 1.0 is not protecting a server and therefore does not have a position from which directly inward can be evaluated. There is no legal way to install a card as directed, so the subroutine will have no effect. 8.5.15. Steps of installing a card. A. Place the card into the play area with the same face up or face down status it will have when the installation is complete. is not yet installed or active. B. Choose and declare the install destination appropriate to the card that will be installed, including any host relationships, if applicable. C. Trash like cards as described in section 8.5.6. D. Pay the appropriate install cost. The cost paid checkpoint then occurs. E. If the card is to be the first card in the route of or protecting a new remote server, that server is created. Move the card to the chosen install location. It becomes installed. If the card is face up, it becomes active. F. Any, when installed, abilities that apply to the installation meet their trigger conditions, including those on the installed card, and the install effect is complete. Eight point six. Playing events and operations. 8.6.1. Playing an event or operation is the act of placing that card into the play area. Agendas, assets, ice, upgrades, hardware, programs, and resources, and identities are never played. 8.6.2. Normally, playing an operation or event requires paying its play cost. Abilities that initiate playing a card may ignore the play cost or require it to be paid. A. If a card has a play cost of X, the value for X is chosen by the player at the time the play cost is paid, according to any stipulations written on the card. This value of X is maintained while resolving the event or operation. B. After the play cost is paid, a checkpoint occurs, as required by Rule 10.3.4. 8.6.3. Playing cards is an exception to Rule 9.12.2a. If an effect would play more than one card, then those cards are chosen and played one at a time, following all of the steps of the separate instruction. See Rule 9.11.4b. Example: the Corp uses subcontract to play hedge fund and another operation. The Corp can use the credits gained from hedge fund to pay for the second operation. 8.6.4 Operations and events can create lingering effects. Once those effects exist, they become independent of the source operation or event, and the card is considered fully resolved and ready to be trashed. See section 9.10. Example: test run creates a delayed conditional ability that will resolve at the end of the turn, but test run itself is considered fully resolved and is trashed once it finishes installing a program. 8.6.5 An operation or event that initiates a timing structure remains active in the play area for the duration of that timing structure. It is not considered fully resolved until the timing structure is completed and any abilities on the card that meet their trigger conditions when the timing structure ends are resolved. 8.6.6 Steps of playing an event or operation. A. Place the card face up into the play area. It is not installed and not yet active. B. Pay the play cost. The cost paid checkpoint then occurs. C. The card becomes active. D. Conditions related to playing an event or operation are met. E. A checkpoint occurs. F. Resolve the play abilities of the card. G. Trash the card if it is still in the play area. H. Conditions related to after resolving or finishing resolving an event or operation are met. I. The play effect is complete. 8.7 Searching for cards. 8.7.1 If a player is instructed to search a zone for one or more cards, they look at all the cards in that zone for cards matching the criteria of the search. A. the search by taking them from the zone being searched and setting them aside face down. A. The card found with a search must match the criteria specified by the search effect. B. When a search is followed by an install instruction referring to the found cards, then the player must be able to install the cards they find. The same is true when the search is followed by a play instruction. Example: the runner uses Artist Colony to search for a card and install it. They cannot find an event with the search because events can never be installed. They also cannot find a program, hardware, or resource that they cannot afford to install. Example: the runner uses self-modifying code to search for a program and install it. They have no more credits after using the ability of self-modifying code, but they have an installed copy of Patchwork. They can search for Imp and install it, but they must use Patchwork by trashing a card from their grip to install Imp. If the runner does not have a card in their grip, they cannot find and install Imp. Example: the Corp uses Tucana to search for Pharos while they have 0 credits. They are allowed to find and install Pharos even though they cannot afford to res it. The Corp must reveal Pharos to show that it cannot be resed. See Rule 8.5.13d. C. The searching player is not required to reveal any found cards unless instructed to do so by the ability that initiated the search. Found cards are not revealed until resolution of the ability that initiated the search resumes, pending any necessary shuffling. D. If a player is searching for a set number of cards without any specified criteria, they must find that many cards from that zone, or all the cards in that zone if there are not enough. E. If a player is searching a deck for one or more cards with specified criteria, they may choose to fail to find anything, even if one or more cards matching the criteria exist in that deck. 8.7.3. Once a search through a deck is complete, whether or not any cards are found, the deck must be immediately reshuffled before continuing to resolve any remaining effects from the ability that initiated the search. The shuffling takes precedence over anything that would be done with the found cards, as well as any Once the search is complete and any shuffling necessary has occurred, resolution of the ability that initiated the search resumes. If no cards were found during the search, any effects referencing found cards fail to resolve, but as much of the remaining effects resolve as possible. 8.7.5 If the trigger condition of a conditional ability involves a search, that ability becomes pending after the search is completed and any shuffling is performed, but before the found cards are acted on. 8.8 Swapping cards. 8.8.1 To swap two cards is to exchange their locations. 8.8.2 A card can only ever be swapped into a location it is normally allowed to occupy. When a player resolves a swap effect, they must observe any applicable game rules or card abilities that would affect that card in its final destination. If a swap effect would resolve while there are no legal exchanges possible, then that effect does nothing. Example: when the subroutine on Metamorph resolves, the Corp cannot choose to swap an agenda and an upgrade such that the agenda would end up in the same remote server as an asset. 8.8.3 If two installed cards are swapped, each card moves to the other's location simultaneously. The two cards remain installed throughout the process of swapping and do not otherwise affect any other part of the game state. A. When swapping installed cards, any cards or counters hosted on either of the swapped cards maintain their hosting relationship. Example: the Corp uses Thimblerig's ability to swap it with a Palisade hosting Botulus. The Botulus remains hosted on the Palisade device position or host. The normal procedure for installing a card is not followed, so no install cost is paid, and like cards cannot be trashed. At the next checkpoint after the swap takes place, trigger conditions related to uninstalling or installing the two cards are met respectively. Example: the Corp is playing Atea IP Recovery and has Tatubola protecting a remote server. The runner runs that server